one of these days I'll remember to unmute myself at the start of the stream. It's been one of those days. I basically got up at 9, or I actually got up at 8, and we're going to have a little bit of coffee because this is going to start with a bit of a story time. So you can tell that we are currently looking at an OS2 crash. So I should have mic now. I think it's just the latency hasn't caught up. Okay, so I got up, I did all my stream prep. I was like, okay, this is going to go great. And I go to start the stream. The way YouTube streaming works is you can stream and not actually start it, so I can test if the connection works. And it just started dropping packets. Like, I had no major changes from the last time I did this. Like, it's just, I think Comcast decided it was not having it today. So I had to try several new sets of settings, and then I had some problems with the VM, and it's like, oh, this is going to be one of those days. So, the purpose of the stream, and as you can tell, I have a wiki page in the pin, is we're going to be looking at OS2. The problem is that getting the very early versions of OS2 to even run is not easy. This is an emulated 486. This is actually the flag generator VM, and I'm just going to show you what happens when you try on something that isn't 100% period correct. So it's going to sit here spinning at the disk, and it just immediately crashes. I think 008 is... This is the processor error code. I think this is a divide by zero error. So, yeah, it's been one of those. So the goal for this stream, it's going to be a set of a series of streams, is we're going to be researching the full history of OS2 over multiple ones. So, I don't know why SadMac is going, like, is there something wrong with my stream? Because we've already had stream problems today. We're going to install the very first version of OS2 1.0. The stream died. So, I don't know why SadMac is going. Is it actually dead? Like, I'm seeing it. We're going to install the very first version of OS2. Okay, so, alright. Yeah, I have this feeling this is going to be running on some serious debugging. So let me switch to full screen desktop view. So now you can see my full desktop. We need to create a new VM. So let's close. Let's see. I don't even hold on. I don't remember what window I have open here. It's one of my stream research ones. Okay. Let's go to. Let's get the manager program out. We need to create a new VM. 86 box manager. And let's make a new. Oh, yeah, I already had it open. So let's open it. Let's make a new VM. So this is going to be Microsoft OS2 1.0, and I can't put a hyphen in there. And we're going to need to configure this. And now the font's going to be a little small here. There's not a lot I can do about that, but I will describe what I'm doing as I go along. Okay. There is an echo. Oh, I know why there's an echo. Hold on. I had the stream up in another tab. So we want to emulate a 286. And what I discovered is that the Microsoft versions of OS2 do not seem to run properly on IBM hardware, as strange as that seems. I got it working on the this 286 clone, this NCR one. We're going to go with an 8 megahertz 286. And we're just going to leave this pretty much as is, except I am going to set it to 2 megabytes of conventional, 2 megabytes of memory. I don't actually know what the lower limit is. So, yeah. You know what, let's do a poll. What video card should we go with? Should we go with EGA or CGA? EGA was already out at this point, but it was fairly rare, and this is not what I call a super graphical operating system. So as far as floppy drives go, we want drive A to be a 5 1/4 and drive B to be 3.5 inch. And there's a reason we want the 5 1/4 to be drive A. We may have to move these later, but we'll deal with that when we get there. As far as disk controllers, we just want a standard PC AT IDE controller. We don't have any CD-ROM drives. We don't have any zip drives. We don't have an RTC. We could test printing, and maybe we will. And mouse we actually do want. We want a serial mouse. Yeah, on COM 2. Or COM 1. So EGA is winning that poll by a landslide, so we're going to go with EGA. I mean, for a 1987 system, this is actually really quite... Like, you could probably have a 10 megahertz at this point. So a 2 megabytes in 1987 would have been a lot of memory. Like, it would have been a lot of memory. So let's end that poll. And then... Oh, actually, we still have to add a hard drive. We're not quite done with this yet. So the hard drive also is very important. So we go to new. We have to set the geometry correctly. So to do that... Oh, it doesn't have the nice types list that the other one does. I think we're going to need, let's see here, hold on. MFM type list. I think we want a type 22 drive. Because the OS2 will care about this, so I have to actually get this right. MFM, it's IBM PC AT types. I guess a type 20 drive. I just don't remember what the geometry is. Because the type 20 is what would have been in there, would have been in an IBM PC of this era. I need to know the cylinders, heads, and sectors. I should know this from memory. I think... You know what? We can do 73357. I think that's a type 22 drive. So let me save this drive. Where am I going to put it? Actually, I'm going to save this in Dropbox because I'm going to want this on my laptop. So that goes into Resolve Projects, OS2 Research. And I will catch up with the stream in a moment. I just need to finish this. So HDDs. And then this is going to be MS OS2 1.0. Right, and that gets saved right there. And that should be that. So now if we try and start it. Okay, we need to status bar, progress bar, and we need to scale to 2x size. Okay, and now we are good to go. So now we can switch the view, and this is starting up. Yep. IDE it was supported, but I mean this is very, very early. Like you still had types. Types were pretty much relevant to the 386 era. The nice thing about this NCR board is I don't need a setup utility like I do on so many others. So we just basically need to set everything. So let's say 01, 11. Let's be 1988. Okay. Time is really fine, like it doesn't matter. Drive 1 is going to be a high density 2.5 inch. Drive 3 is going to be a high density 3.5 inch. I believe we're type 22? Question mark? Okay, maybe not. We do have 640 conventional memory, which should be 6440 extended memory. No, I didn't do the math right. Is it 6401? I'm going to have to... Damn it, I'm going to actually have to get the calculator out, because apparently I cannot math. Calculator would be 264 minus... Let's see here, minus what? 640? 1408. Okay. 1408. Hold on. There we go. 1408. Coprocessor installed. Okay, so now if we do end, it will restart the VM. You know what? And the scaling on the VM needs to be a little smaller because I just realized it's too big. Yeah, there we go. No, actually, it was probably better the other way. There's kind of an art to getting this to work. I just don't want it clipped off because I'm probably going to be using the VOD as footage going forward. Memory size error. Total memory is 1640, 60. You know, it's really annoying that like it can figure out the total memory, but then you have to set it by hand. Like, definitely not one of the better. This was not a user-friendly era of computing. So let's hit the end button there. Let's try this again. Can we get this 286 to start? Like, this is a lot why I test my do a lot of stream testing, because this took me about not a few hours, but it took me quite a while to figure out how to get this all working. And I won't say it's an NCommander first. Why is it saying memory bit error? Do I just not? Oh, wait. This, I know what this is. 86 box has a bit of a quirk. I need to increase the amount of memory in the VM. Let's see here. It's 64. It needs to be 200 and... Yeah, the way some VMs deal with conventional memory is weird. I have to set the VM memory to 2 megabytes, and an additional 60, and then the conventional memory. That should do it. No, extended on the 286 can go up to 16. I actually have an IBM Model 30 286 that would be, it even has a working ESA drive. Like, it would be ideal because I have this. Like, I actually own a boxed copy of IBM OS 2 1.0 Extended Edition, and we are going to look at Extended Edition today, but we're not starting there. This is going to basically be video footage for a later thing. Okay, so that's exactly what I expected. ROM Basic is not supported, so I didn't find a boot device. So, since it didn't find a boot device, we actually can't install OS 2 directly. Well, you know, we could try, but no one would have installed OS 2 directly except for a very small handful. Like, IBM OS 2 will not install correctly on a blank hard drive. So if we go to research, we actually, I have this on the wrong format. Okay, I have to actually go, I'm actually gonna have to go into my NAS and get the original one. We need to install MS-DOS first, or well, IBM PC DOS. The version I have in my project folder is on 3.5-inch discs. We need the one that's on 5.25, because the 286 will only boot from drive ID A. I had trouble with getting OS 2 to work with that. Like, there seems to be bugs in relating to high density disks, because they'd only just come out when OS 2 was released, and it doesn't seem to work reliably with 1.4 megabyte drives. Like, I couldn't get it to work. I can read them once I've got the system installed, but I can't get them to work normally. My mic is a bit quiet. Yeah, I can fix that. Let me see here. How do I fix that? let's just turn the gain up a little bit. All right, chat, how's that sound as far as chat things sound? So the way we are going to do this is, now that we're in PC DAWs, we're going to run fdisk, and I gotta love the EGA font. Like, I really do appreciate this. We're going to create a new partition. We're going to be extended, and we're going to use max size, and then it's just going to automatically reboot. So, okay. Yep. It's definitely, we are going to install to the hard drive. It's up until the early 90s, floppy-based systems were still considered something you had to support. It was just the nature of the beast. You know, I'm actually not going to have coffee yet. I'm working on cutting back, if not outright stopping Diet Coke. Like, it's one of the many things I'm working on for this year. So I'm actually going to have a glass of water. See, one of the big problems I have here in Jersey is we have very hard, not great water. I ordered a filter for it. Like, you can drink it, but it's the finest runoff from Newark. So if we look at drive C, okay, we need to do select. Installing DAWs is not straightforward. It's select 001 US. I believe that's the correct syntax. Yeah, actually, apparently I got that right. All data on non-removable drive C will be lost, and let's set that format. It is possible to start OS2 off a floppy disk. In fact, it's something I will demonstrate at some point in this series. The current goal for this project is we are going to do a bunch of research streams. That's going to become multiple NCommander and real-time videos, and then at some point, if there is still interest, I will probably make a full documentary out of this. Like, this isn't the start of Season 2. The screen is cut off. How's it cut off? Hold on. File not found, volume late. Oh yeah, it is cut off. Okay, so what happened was... Oh, I know what happened. Hold on, I know exactly what happened. I turned off the status bar. And because the status bar was turned off... Because I need the status bar there so I can see it, but it doesn't need to be in the video. Okay, hold on. I think I had this at 52. Oh, you're going to do that, aren't you? Switch the scene. What? Like, I can change the scene, but it's not... cooperate. Hold on. Leave studio mode. Okay, now that I'm out of studio mode, I can deal with it because it's... OBS, why do you be like this? Yeah, okay, that handles it. Yeah, okay. Like I said, I cropped it out just because I don't want to have to deal with it on the video. Because this is going to be all source footage for the video I make. So, it's part of why I was trying 4K streaming. Okay. So now this is going to start copying files from the floppy disk. 86box is not the most accurate emulator, but it is one of the few that you can run. The biggest problem with 86box is it, to some degree, runs faster than the real hardware, and it tends to be more compatible than the real hardware. Okay. So now that we've done that, let's eject that disk. And we should be able to boot off the hard drive, if I've done this correctly. I do think we should install some MS-DOS applications before we actually do anything. And the reason for that is basic OS 2 has basically nothing in it. I think we could install WordStar, which is okay. There's a couple of others, but at least at the minimum, we should have like actual applications that, I don't know, people might have used. First and foremost, we're going to need a text editor because I'm not putting myself through Edland if I can avoid it. Okay. So let's go on to our software, a collection of software disks. And I actually keep pretty much an emergency disk. You know, we can use SLED because SLED would be more period correct for this time. So existing image. I think that's on this disk. No, I only have gsetup on that disk. All right, so we'll just use a DAWs disk, and we'll just use edit. Gsetup is used for setting up IBM compatible machines, which this is, but only so much. You should have edit on you. Yes, you do. So you need both edit.com, and you also need QBasic. I probably should install Rogue. I have it somewhere. I sort of ran out of time for some of this, but if we load edit up, yeah, that works just fine. Like, I want to do a much more in-depth stream testing compatibility going forward. But that's not going to be the first one we tackle with. So, but let's grab WordStar, because WordStar would have still been very popular in this era, and we'll also grab WordPerfect while we're at it. Because I've got all these things set up. Like, I have a lot of random productivity software that I've picked up over time. That being said, I need to organize my projects a little better. So let's start. You know what? I'm almost tempted to install Windows 1.0 because there is a chance that it will actually work. But let's see here. Yeah, let's start with WordStar, because WordStar would have been very period correct. If I can find its disks. I've got the CPM version here. WordStar Professional for DOS. Okay. So WordStar, so we go to, oh no, I put it in the wrong drive. I put it in drive A, you're a 5 1/4 inch disk. Yeah, program. So WordStar doesn't really have an installer, you just kind of copy the files. So copy, and then you just basically do that. And then we just run winstall to actually install it. Let's see here. Yeah, this is PC DAWs. We're creating a more, how do I want to put this? We're basically creating what this, if you look at the wiki page, this is what I labeled as the Microsoft developer on OS 2. It's similar. It's basically how far you can. Oh, do we have like a C install app? Like, do you just do this all for me? Install program for correct star. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So WordStar is pretty much a direct port of the CPM version. It doesn't even handle directories all that well. It was one of the main reasons it basically died. But my general experience with using OS 2 has been that 8088 based applications work just fine. It's only when you run into protected mode ones you really start running into problems. So now I want to run winstall because we're going to actually set up WordStar. So that's fine. We have all the files. We can begin installation. then we will run, we need to put the original program disk back in because it's going to use that to grab WSU. Yeah, I can set the prompt to PGP. Okay. Oh, nope, that was not correct. That was not correct. I guess I have to put it in the top level directory like that. Yeah, like, I don't remember what year WordStar came out, but it still supports disks without directories. Yes, OS2 uses the 286 protected mode. All right, and we're not going to install a printer. Okay, and then we're just going to save. Yeah, so now we do WS. Yeah, we end up in WordStar. And I actually have a document here we can look at. Let me see if I can remember how to open this. I want to open a non-document file, so that's Control-N, and then compact2.txt. This is actually the credits from my compact restoration. I accidentally wrote it to my disk image. So, very early copy, very early credits slide that I have. Because I now use a C program for it, but back when I did that video, I just accidentally saved there. Let's see here, yeah, exit the system, Control X. Okay. So, Lael, what you have to do is you have to use a disk partitioning user like parted, and delete the partition and make multiple ones. Okay, and as requested, there's the modified prompt. I'll even edit that in autoexec.bat. Because the IBM versions, I think I can just put it right at the top like that. Prompt, like so. And then I'm also going to install WordPerfect. Again, it's a WordPerfect. This will be WordPerfect 4.2. Again, it's a period correct one. I have a copy of it, but my disks are not readable. They just bit rot too far over literal over the literal decades. So okay, so let's grab everything here. So let's just copy. Yeah. Well, the big point of this project is I want to understand why OS2 failed. Because the most common reasons cited, I know for a fact are not completely true. Like, there's a lot of belief that that Microsoft basically betrayed IBM. It's not wrong, but it's not completely correct either. So I want to make a comprehensive history of OS2 and see if I can point to objective reasons of why I failed. So, okay. So now we're copying. So, because one of the big problems that was cited was lack of applications. I want to see how much of a real problem that actually is. So that's the source. Like, I really only need the main disk, but I might as well get the speller and the thesaurus while I'm here. Let me make sure just want to make sure I don't run out of disk space. You know what? I will install Windows 1.0. Like, we'll actually do that. So yeah, like there's a reason why. Like, this is going to be an ongoing project throughout 2023. Like, don't expect a regular full-length video from me for a while, but there will be real-time videos. Okay, so here's WordPerfect, and what is it? It's F5. Yeah, F5. I get the file manager. I believe I can even, yeah, like I can even edit. You can basically just view system files this way. So that is WordPerfect working. I'm amazed that I can still remember some of the commands after so many years. I've got 30 megabytes. If it really comes down to it, I could, we're going to dual boot. We can always add a second hard drive. We should have enough space for this. Like 32 megabytes is the upper limit of what you can do with this version of OS 2, until 1.2 actually. So, yeah, let's just do let's install Windows 1.0 for good measure. All right, you know what? Hold on. Let's make this interesting. Install Windows 1.0 now or after OS 2? I am curious what folks are going to say. And you know what? I'm actually going to change one more emulation setting. There is a setting in 86box to make the hard drive run at correct speeds. Like, I think if I change this to... I'm going to change it to a 35,000 RPM drive. Yeah, okay, I have to remove... Can I just change it like that? Yeah, I can just change it like that. Okay, cool. So that's going to reset. It's actually going to slow the whole thing down, but that'll be closer to what it should be. Chat is kind of split on if we should do before or after. Like, you know, it's close enough that I'm going to do it before because I want to make sure it's actually going to work. But we can install Windows 2.0 after. Like, if it was overwhelming for after, I would just do it. But it's close enough that I'm only using that for guidance. I'm not specifically going to go down that road. So let's grab, it's in my, where is it? Like, I've got, finding stuff in my projects folder is getting to be a very scary thing. And like, if I really, really want to get down to it, you know what? I want to load this disk write protected. Okay. So, I'm actually going to, let me get my text, my notepad out because, I want to just keep a record. So we are at timestamp 3439 installing Windows 1.0, and I'm just going to put a marker in. Unable to add stream marker. Okay, thank you, YouTube, for being completely useless. Okay. No, the reason I'm getting prompted for time and date is because the default IBM autoback.sys includes it. So, okay. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, so let's do setup. Okay. So, let's run through the installation. You know, it is possible to install Windows to floppy disk. 1.0 can actually be installed to floppy disk. I've actually done it on real hardware. I should probably do that at some point. Okay. So continue. All right, so we are a Type 1 keyboard. We have a Microsoft mouse. Okay, good. I have the updated version that supports EGA. So this is number 5. It's technically 6, but I don't want to try that because I don't know if the extended EGA is emulated correctly. Okay. Okay, so now we need the build disk. Like, this is really just explaining this. Like, there's a lot here. This is basically the foundation of knowledge. The wiki page attached, I'm going to do a lot more editing to it. I'm going to take a lot of screenshots from this stream specifically, although I'm going to have to crop them, which is going to be interesting. Like, I'm really going to have to work on this. but I really want to make a I want this to be a comprehensive research project. So, okay. We're not going to set up a printer plotter right now. Like, I've never tried to print under 80. No, I have tried once and it like failed miserably. All right. What disk did we need? We needed the font disk. Yeah, so I actually found a copy of Windows 1.0 at the last VCF, but the disks were not readable. I gave it to someone I trust to try and recover them. It was the Zenith version of it. So it's already been dumped, but it's always good to have the originals. There is no art. You can emulate a missing art battery pretty easily, but a lot of systems. Okay. Intro.qbs is open source. It's on GitHub. It's just go look at my GitHub. It's there along with the, wow, my brain is being. Why am I having trouble finishing that sentence? It's there with, I have two versions of it. One's a progress bar and one is the end drawing in. This predates LAN Manager. LAN Manager was OS2 1.1, although I have found references to it. I would do a copy of, a beta copy of NetWare for OS2 1.0 has turned up. But it has to be patched, and I have not had any success running NetWare in 86box before. So we are going to do LAN Manager. It's not going to be a today stream. We will look, and we're also going to look at LAN server. So here is that. The resolution's changed. That's actually too big for me to actually see. I have to make the scale factor a bit lower. Okay, I can work with that now. Make sure the OBS is okay. I guess I can leave it full. Yeah, I mean, that looks fine there. I can work with this. It's clipped on mine, and wow, the mouse is lagging a bit, probably because of the Windows scale. Yeah, you know, that's working. Wow, I am terrible at reversing. Like, I'm really terrible at reversing, but we'll try. I gotta adjust this because the mouse sensitivity is too high. Like, I hope there's something I can. Yeah, like, I click and I can barely move it. Let me go see if there's something in the control panel. No, apparently you cannot, or preferences, mouse. That doesn't help me. Is there an option that would let me... It's probably just because it's scaled, I'm just going to have to deal with it. Like, it's not an emulation glitch, it's literally because the mouse is scaled so high on a 4K monitor. So, okay, yeah. Okay, so let's just go for it. Let us see if we can successfully start the OS2 boot process, because that's enough that we can at least do something with it. So let me switch the disks. Let's see here. Resolve projects, OS2 research. Let's see here. Just make sure I have the right disk in there. Yeah. So we're going to install the Tandy version of OS2 1.0, and I'll explain this in a moment. Let's make sure it actually boots. So OS2 was released in two main editions. There was the Microsoft and the IBM ones. There are actually some fairly significant differences between the two, although by and large the end user will never notice them. But IBM hardware ran the IBM version of OS2. Everyone else licensed it from Microsoft and ran that. And there was also generic Microsoft OS2 that was only available to developers. It was never sold as a retail product. So what we're looking at is the Tandy OEM version of OS2 1.0. It was the only one I could get to work, and even then it has issues. We'll look at IBM OS2 Extended Edition later on the stream. You can see the Tandy version licensed to Tandy Corporation. So, okay. We would probably look at DR-DAWs at some point. So, I actually have DR-DAWs. I bought it for a video project that I never ended up doing. There's a lot there. We're also going to be looking at multi-user DAWs 4. That's going to be a later stream. I always love that animation. The biggest problem that we have is that there's so little base reference information from OS2 that I basically have to start it from the beginning. So, if I ask someone what is OS2, there's just not enough knowledge. Welcome to Microsoft Operating System /2. The install program will guide you through the steps required to prepare your hard drive for MS OS2 and then install MS OS2 on your hard drive. I'm surprised Tandy did not brand this. There are versions of OS2 that would say Tandy OS2. There's even Nokia OS2. TRS stands for Tandy Radio Shack. I don't remember if they were legally distinct, but I know Radio Shack owned Tandy. So the installation here is pretty simple. You get this setup screen. So it sees that we have 640 kilobytes of random access memory, 1.5 megabytes of extended. I want to find out what the lower limit is. How low can you actually go? But we won't do that right now. And we have 27 megabytes of free disk space. So it sees all our hardware. Installation options, and this is drastically different than IBM OS2. Select one of the following installation options. Select the number of your selection. You're installing MS OS2 on a new computer. 2. You're installing MS OS2 on a computer that already has DAWs 3.x installed and you want to replace DAWs with MS OS2. You're installing Microsoft OS2 on a computer that already has an earlier version of Microsoft OS2 installed. That would be the beta SDKs. I do find it interesting because the IBM installer does not have this. This screen does not exist in the IBM version of this installer. But we are actually interested in number 4. You're installing MS OS2 on a computer that already has DAWs 3.x installed, and you want to have both installed. We are actually going to be dual booting. So when you're set up in dual booting, there's a couple things that that you have to be aware of. A whole bunch of files get renamed, and you have to remember which file you're adding. We are a serial mouse attached to COM1. We don't have a printer. And we are going to add Microsoft OS2. And now it's going to start copying system files. Alright. I mean, I will do some gaming streams. I don't want to do this constantly. I'm actually going to step away from keyboard while this runs. I'm going to turn the camera off. I'll be back in a moment. Actually, I shouldn't turn the camera off because you just get rainbow bars up in the corner. Oh. Why is my chat breaking? Why is everything breaking? Alright, studio mode. And then... Alright, I'll be back in a moment. And I am back. All right. Video capture device there. All right. So it finished copying that first disk. So what we do is we eject, and then we just give it the 3-finger salute. Ooh. Yep. Yeah. Like I said, the Microsoft one is very different from the IBM one. Like normally I wouldn't do a stream on this in and of itself. But the thing that I want to cover, which was the failure of OS 2, there's so much misinformation out there. Like, I have found a lot of things that are factually wrong that I got to re-verify everything from the ground up. Like, okay, so this is the first thing that we see because we're dual booting. We get this new boot, enter OS 2, or we can escape to DOS. So we're going to hit enter. And then we get Microsoft Operating System 2, Tandy version. We get that really nice splash screen. And then the installation continues. So now we can put the programs disk in. So there we go. So the problem with looking at the 16-bit versions, and like this is a real problem. There's almost no software for them. And what little software is nearly all business applications that have never been saved or Microsoft products. Microsoft C 5.1 and 6 support this. Microsoft provide the tool chain for all these versions. We are going to install it, but we're not going to look at it in depth today. All right, so now we need the supplemental disk. I'm not certain why it probably needs to be under OS 2 for some reason, because OS 2 supports extended attributes. HPFS was not a thing yet. That was OS 2 1.2, so a few versions later. But extended attributes were, I want to say, were supported. I have to look a little closer at the, yeah. Well, I mean, Dr. Shuppet, and you should be taking notes in Discord. Like, we should definitely all be taking notes in Discord, and this is all going to go on the wiki. I will unprotect the page when the stream is over. I don't, like, I could unprotect it now, but someone might decide to deface it because I'm on stream, lol. So, let's not. Like, I'll add a group so people that are active on the Discord can edit the stream pages. Booting off a floppy disk was normal in this era. Like, whenever you did anything, you booted off a floppy disk. Okay, alright, so now we do another Alt-Control-Delete. And that should do it. Well, Fat File System had attributes. I feel like I have to look at the SDK a little bit more in depth, because it's hard to tell when certain features were or were not added to the operating system. Like, I've done a lot of looking at Presentation Manager, which is why I decided to throw out everything I knew of OS 2, and we're going to start this research project from the beginning, with each stream basically okay. OS 2 2.1 would have been the first one that only IBM worked on. Microsoft did a lot of work with Cruiser, but I don't know how much of it was actually used. Okay. So now we are... That spool starting up. We get the nice fancy splash screen. Welcome to OS 2. And there is no presentation manager in this version. This is complete command line. So we can definitely see that we've lost a fair bit of disk space. We have some new neat features, like now we have this thing called multitasking. So let's stay on the command prompt because we actually do want to stay here. Actually, we've got 2 command prompts open. Like, now I can switch back and forth. We can, like, see... Look, it's multitasking. So, the compatibility layer in Windows NT is Windows 1.x and is 16-bit only. So the biggest thing that we have is that because we are in OS 2 mode, we can't run WordStar and we can't run WordPerfect directly. We can start DAWs mode. You notice that the title bar has changed colors, and now when we run vir, it's a little different, but not much. So now, now we can run WordPerfect, and I can even swap between the two. Like, now WordPerfect is running, and I can swap back. Under 1.0, you can only run one DAWs application at a time, and it runs in what's known as the penalty box. Like, you only have the one MS-DAWS command prompt. This is a problem with the 286, but it does work. Let's try Windows, because I'm actually curious. Okay, that worked exactly the way I thought it was going to work. So it starts Windows, and then it dies. It's kind of the end result I expected. I'm curious if there's a way to... I wonder if 2.0 would work. Yes, we are in protected mode. So Windows 1.0 did not work, but that's also understandable. I am curious if 2.x would work. We are emulating a 286. I have always gone the sense... So the thing is that the multitasking DAWs 4 kernel was the basis for OS 2. We've been researching this in Discord for the last several days. Yes. We are in 286 protected mode. So the first thing I think we're going to do is let's install some software, because I want to show how this works. And we're going to start with Word. And Word's a little bit interesting. I forget what disk I have to put in. I think it's program 1. So this is actually a little bit newer. No, it's not program 1. It's I think there's a specific setup disk I have to use. Maybe it's on utilities, printers. I think it's on utilities. Yeah, there it is, setup. And you'll notice that there's that OS 2 note. We're going to look at that together. So Word 5.0 setup, and you notice that we started this from the OS 2 mode. Okay. The penalty box triple faults to reset, but it also uses load all in certain cases. So to run setup, so we want to set up on hard drive. Networking was not supported on this version. This is what's known as a family mode application, and I'll show you what I mean. So let's copy the Word program to the drive, and we're just going to continue setup. Okay, so copy. So now we need to put the program disk 1 in. So, okay. So program 1. Load all was an undocumented 286 instruction. The Microsoft versions of OS 2 use it to do DAWs mode better. It's not great, but it is better. The IBM ones do not do that. The IBM ones do an actual triple fault. It's why you can't run the IBM versions in VirtualBox. You can run the Microsoft ones. You still have to patch them because they don't run well on, I don't know, anything faster than 8 megahertz. So, well, floppies were a way of life for computer users for many, many years. So now let's look at utilities. Like, a lot of this I've caught. Actually, let me put a timestamp down. We are at, let's say, 56, installing Word 5.0 DAWs, and then things discovered. Windows 1.0 didn't work because I do want, and you know what, I'm actually going to, let me just save this because I'm going to need these notes. Okay, so we've got, interestingly, it does detect that we have an EGA card even though we're running under OS 2. Okay, so utilities disk 2. Okay. All right. Yeah, 5.5 will work. I mean, this version's actually too new. There was a that's way louder than I thought. From what I could tell, there was a specific word for OS 2 version, but it's never been archived. The first version that I could find that had OS 2 support was 5.0. It's meant for use with OS 2 1.1 and 1.2, but it does work on 1.0. And that's kind of a running theme that I don't have period correct software. I found programs that will work, but I don't have actual period correct software on this. What disk does it want? It wants utilities printers 1. That is apparently not the disk it wanted. Oh, okay. Because that isn't a confusing naming scheme at all. Yep. There were a couple of super EGA cards. If I remember his content right, he's probably thinking of the Plantronics cards. They are not well supported. Okay. Like, in the last few years, the driver development kit... Actually, the driver development kit for OS 2 1.2, I think, recently showed up. So, now we got to install the spell disk. Okay. Even in modern eras, the disk copying is annoying. Okay. I mean, PCs basically became the de facto standard for everyone because it was all off the shelf. You could just go to AMI and or later Phoenix and buy the BIOS. Like, there's nothing inherently proprietary in PCs except for the BIOS ROM and the basic ROM. The basic ROM was not needed, and you could just buy it from Microsoft. So, and if you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you've really enjoyed it, consider doing a super chat, donating, I shouldn't say donating, supporting me on Ko-fi or Patreon. One of the big things that we actually have going forward, I've been working, tomorrow I've got this massive errand I've got to do in Manhattan. So I was going to stream on Friday, but this Friday is shot, and I didn't want to put this off for a full week. I've got a lot of stuff done with getting my LLC set up. And that's going to let me do a lot more interesting projects in the future. Because I've been contacted by, from time to time on people that want, like, vintage computer help or restoration work. And I do help on the back channels. Once I'm incorporated, I could definitely do a lot more on this. And I'm hoping that there's some larger preservation projects that I could not do as a single person that we will be able to do going forward. Like, this OS 2 video project is very much going to be a trial by fire. Because I have people that help me with editing at this point, at least with the real-time stuff. And if you're active on Discord, and the link is in the description, there's a lot of people that are helping me with this. So by being able to be set up to basically take advantage of this, we should be able to do some really awesome and cool things together. but I've got to do a lot of administrative stuff on my end to even get started. Like, I got to deal with certain tax things. I've got to figure out how to handle, I think from this point, I think I just want to customize settings. You know, we don't even need you to do that. Okay. Yeah, so interestingly, it actually does detect that we're running OS2. Has to update the config.sys, config.os2, startup.command, and autoexec.bat. I will let it make those changes. Okay. And then let's just look at the README, which apparently is on a specific disk. So let's put the README disk in. Okay, so let's see here. I've actually read through this the other night, but I don't think there's all that much here. Information that was not available at the time of the books that company was printed. Let's see if we have here. How to modify your configuration files for so there is a OS2 note here that we should probably take a look at. I don't think there's anything super relevant in here, so. Alright, so now we're back at the system prompt. So we now go to Word 5 and we run Word. There we go. And I don't know if you saw it, it wasn't there for very long, but it was. So this is Microsoft Word running on OS2. Amazing that this was the basis for Word for Windows. And you can switch this into graphic mode. I think it's Control 9. No, that's print preview, although it did go into graphics mode. Escape. I think it's Alt 9 then? Yeah, Alt 9 put me in graphics mode. So graphics mode works just fine. So if we want to save it, it's escape to jump into the menu. It's then transfer. And let's see, call this test.doc. And then, well, there's, okay, I want summary information, which we'll just leave as is. And we'll end this session. So let's take a look at what that OS2 note had. Special note to OS2 users. You may need to patch the OS2 file malcalls permanently loaded. It requires a precaution. Okay. Let's see. I mean, Emilio, thank you for. I don't know what UYU is. I guess that's Ugandan. That sounds right. Yes. I used OS2 back in the day. I don't remember it being better than Windows 95, but I don't remember it being worse either. And OS2 had a lot of use in business because it basically, you could use this as a server. That's something we want to explore. I don't think I want to do this patch. Like, look at what this process requires. You literally have to run a patch program and type magic numbers in and hope it's going to work. Like, I really don't want to do this. You know what? I should do it for the sake of doing it. Let me figure out the steps I have to do here. Back up your configuration file. So what's the actual step I have to do? So it's hexadecimal offset 1432. And then we need to replace 1A with 1C. Or maybe it doesn't exist in this version. Am I in the wrong place? Let's see what chat's saying. Yes. As for the nails, I did it for New Year's. I did the blue color again. I'm not happy with how they came out. Like, I think I'm actually going to strip the paint off. I have to wait a few days after I do that because the chemical is pretty harsh. Like, I just decided to do it for the sake of doing it because it's something I haven't done before. I actually do want to dye my hair, but I haven't worked up the nerve to actually do it yet. Like, I've never done it before, and when you're a line firefighter, peroxide products are flammable. So what did I do wrong here? We were trying to OS2 note more. So new mouse. I guess this must be for 1.1 because the file it's referencing doesn't exist. So one of the really interesting things about Word is if we switch to the DAWs prompt, it actually does work as a DAWs application. It's what's known as family mode. And I will show this by booting into DAWs. But the big thing that we can do here is if we go here to the update menu, and I'm actually going to use the mouse for this, we can add a program title. So we have Word 5, Word.exe, and now I can just go to the program switcher. I can open, so this, we can actually open our document from earlier. Transfer. Select from the list. I can't remember what I called it. You know what, we'll open the OS2 note folder, and then I can hit Control Escape, and then I jump back to the running program, and then I can start a second session of Word. So let's open, oh, I don't know. Let's just open the regular README. So now we've got 2 sessions of Word running back and forth, and we're multitasking between the 2 of them. Like, this is the OS2 note, this is the README file. And if I want to, I could even open up the MS-DOS WordPerfect application, and it works. So, like, this is an upgrade. No matter how you look at it, if you have, like, I don't know what the actual memory requirement is, but that is an upgrade pretty much all the way through. We are at the 1:10 mark. I'm going to note that we did this here. 1:10. Alright. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely do a lot more. So let me reboot the system, because I want to also show another aspect of this. And then I'm going to, after I show this, apparently my stomach decided I had too much coffee today. You only can have one DAWs application, but those are OS2 applications. Remember, the very first version of OS2 did not have Program Manager. We're running with the minimum. This is 1.5. The problem that I have run into with running OS2 on minimums is Presentation Manager is bloated. Like, it is exceptionally bloated. Oh, non-system disk. And you can't unload it. So if I hit escape here, so now we're back under MS-DOS. I can just load up a Word, and like I said, that's a family mode application. DAW shell required a 386 to do task switching. You can't do it on a 286. Basically, everything from MS-DOS 5 that could do application switching, either it didn't do multitasking at all and it was doing stupid memory hacks which won't work on OS 2, or took advantage of the virtual 8086 mode. Yeah. So I want to see how low we could actually go, but we'll come back in a moment. I'm going to step AFK and I will pick this up in 2 minutes. So, alright, I'll be right back. Alright, and I have returned. Alright, so let's install a few more applications, because I want to really see what the full extent, like what the full capabilities were, like how far could you take this? Because my general impression was that Presentation Manager was the reason OS 2 did so badly in this era. Yeah. Yes, no, it is real multitasking. They can run. I don't know of any example apps for 1.0 that can do that, but we can code one if it comes to that, and it probably will come to that. But yeah, it also supports swapping and more. Like, there's full virtual memory support. You can disable the DAWs box if you want. Restart. Okay, there it goes. I apparently didn't register that enter. Well, that's part of what I'm trying to figure out, because why was it that bad? OS 2 should have been a lot better than what it was. So I'm trying to understand, was it because of IBM? Of why it was so meh? Like, let's install Multiplan. There's one thing that I would love to show that I can't. Apparently, a period correct version of Lotus 123 will not actually load because of copy protection. I cannot find a copy of... I have several copies of 123, and there's no copy protection on mine. I checked online archives, and none of them have copy protection that does or does not work. I almost feel like we should run the tutorial for Word, but we'll come back to this. Let's install Multiplan. Multiplan is what would become Access. Setup helps you install Microsoft Multiplan on your system. It lets you install for DAWs or OS 2 on a floppy disk, hard drive, or network server. Networking was very well supported by OS 2. So, okay. Continue. So our graphics adapter is IBM EGA. And we want to install. Do we care about the type of printer? Not really. Alright, so put program disk 1 in. Also, is the music okay, chat? Because no one's mentioned it, so it's either too low or too high. They are not completely different. the user API is actually pretty much identical. And even large parts of the kernel API are not that different. The big difference comes from GDP, and that is something we will be exploring in a later stream. It's not going to be a today thing. Okay. What's playing is the Stream Beats library. I'll lower it a little bit. Let's bring that to about minus 30 dB. Okay. All right. There we go. All right, and then we just get a whole bunch of notes. So one thing I found very interesting is when running Multiplan under OS 2, you have to enable something called IOPL or IO privilege level. I've mentioned this in my Word for OS 2 video. This basically allows for the use of Ring 1 and Ring 2, as well as CERN memory management. So, like I said, there's definitely code changes made here. I don't know why it requires higher level segments, but it should just work. So Multiplan. So Multiplan is just basically a spreadsheet. Like, let me see if they give you a sample one, because I really don't want to go. Oh, this is a slightly different one. Wow, it doesn't even have F1 for a file list. So if you want to, yeah, so 4, 8, 16, 32, like, it's not, Multiplan was not hugely popular. Like, it competed with 1, 2, 3, but it wasn't until Excel that it really got anywhere. I don't have these tracks normalized. I really should do that. Yes, but if we go here, you can actually see that Multiplan is now running in the running programs list. What we can do is we can now go to the update list. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. And now we could start we could run Word and Multiplan side by side. Okay, and there we go. Now we've got Word and Multiplan running at the same time, and like before, we could start up WordPerfect and have that running along all three of them. Like before, we can run multiple copies of Multiplan. I think it's probably paging out at this point, but I mean, there you have it. One thing that's missing is you can't kill an application. Let me, let's put a marker down. So I will say that we start about 112 Multiplan. I already put days of effort into my streams. Yes. The keystroke to activate the menu is F10. It's right here. It's press F10 to update lists. So, I mean, this was what this version of OS 2 was in a nutshell. Like, there isn't that much to see here. So let's jump back. So one of the big problems is you can't kill a misbehaving application. Like, I have to actually go into the application and just close it out. Let's see if I can remember how to do that. Just quit, lose changes, and then, yeah, that brings me back. And just like that. So, and then we have this copy of Multiplan, which we will also close out of. All right, and that brings us back to the program list. The problem is that a lot of PS2 systems could not run it. IBM said the minimum memory requirement is 2 megabytes. I don't actually think it's that high, but let's see here. I don't think checkdisk shows it in this version. No, it does not. There's no way to get the memory usage out of OS 2 that I've ever been able to find. Even in the modern versions, you can't do it. So there are a couple of other applications we can still install. I do have a copy of Microsoft Chart, which was a companion to Multiplan, which might be interesting to install. It's not an OS 2 application as far as I know. Like, we can try, but I don't think it is. I think it's going to tell me it has to be installed. If I do Chart, yeah, it can't be run. If I want to run Chart, I have to do it from the penalty box. So let's see if this runs. Microsoft Chart 3.0. Oh, no, it's still going. Yeah, I mean, that's running. I have absolutely no idea how you use this application, but... I mean, look, even mouse support is working. It's a little bit... Like, yeah, I can even click on things... Yeah, I can click on things in the menu. I mean, that's working, and that means that mouse support worked in DAW's applications just fine. Like, this wasn't horrible for the time period. I don't even know if there was an OS 2 version of Norn Utilities. Like, I legitimately don't know if there's an OS 2 version. I feel like there was, but this is the type of thing that you need a period correct one. I know there isn't one this far. So the last interesting application we can install is the compiler, which, you know, let's just do it for the sake of having done it. So in this case, we need a command line. We need to run setup. This is one of the worst installers I've ever... Oh, no, I don't want to run this here. Quit. And then let me just write down the time index. So this is 1 minute 24. We're going to install the C compiler. This will not be a super long stream. Like, I will be surprised if we go to the 4-hour mark. Alright. So, this is the correct C compiler for this version of OS 2. Although, interestingly, it has a copyright date of 88. This came out in 87. But I'm guessing there's probably beta versions available. So... the way you install this is, like I said, this is such a horrible installer. Continue. Startup files are in drive A. We'll build the combined libraries. And this is the part that I always find very fascinating. Operating mode, OS2 protect mode, OS2 real mode in DAWs. So what this is asking here is... what type of compiler do you want to install? Do you want the OS2 native version, or do you want the one that will run under MS-DOS? We probably want both. So the way you do that is you hit yes here and yes here. Now it's asking, do we want to support a floating point unit? And you always just want to say emulator here, unless you have a very good reason to say otherwise. And then we get to some of the more cursed, one of the more cursed things. This is the memory models that will be supported. Small is what most hobbyists use. You're really going to want medium, and then large, compact and large you really don't use very often. I will set the default name to the OS2 libraries and not the DAWs ones. Let's not delete component. And we don't need graphics. We also don't need... I feel like it'd be a really cursed thing, but we could try Fortran under OS2 at some point. So, probably won't be this stream, and then we don't need C4 compatibility. I guess we can install QuickC. You know what? No, let's skip it. We probably don't need it. Editor interface. That's fine as is. We don't, and then you have to remember that you don't want to change any of the above. We'll copy the documentation. If you are running OS 2 1.0, you must install a patch to allow CodeView to work correctly. Yeah, we can install the patch. That's fine. We'll copy the sample programs. I'll even grab the startup sources. All the executables that can run in both real and protected modes. So this will be MSC bin create because now it wants to put all the different ones here. Libraries, that's fine. Include, that's fine. Source file, don't want to change any of these. All right, and now I believe we can just start copying. Yep, it's just gonna start copying. Yeah, this used to be a very manual process. Yeah, this has, even for the time period, that installer is pretty hideous. Like, that is one of the worst installers I have used. Right. Not the worst, but it's definitely down there. Alright, so now we just wait for all the files to copy over. And we're waiting. Alright, CRT0. So far, so good. Yeah, so, like I said, I got up this morning at 8. I actually felt decent, which is nice. Although I always get suspicious when that happens because I know how my health is. And what had happened is, like, I've been working on this, the prep for this stream, probably for the last 2 days, on and off. Like, I've been doing a lot of work on the Discord and just infrastructure stuff to do projects in the future. Like, one of the big things I'm doing on Discord right now is we've been having a lot of people join up, especially to help with the research stuff. But I also need to, we've been also working on revising the rules, installing a new tickets bot. Like, because I was seeing a case of the server suddenly goes, you know, the stream, both the channel and the stream goes super viral. How do we handle that? Like, I don't want an eternal September in my own damn Discord. So I'm mostly spending a lot of time to make sure all the backend stuff is in good shape. And it mostly is. It's really making sure that I don't have to touch it for the next 6 months. I would like to try Oracle on DAWs. I actually have a box copy of Oracle for NetWare, but some of the disks are missing. But Oracle is also a company that I don't want to tangle with lightly because I don't want to give them an excuse to do an audit on me. Yeah. I do want to look at Desk View. I don't know. The thing is that Desk View was not really, I don't want to say it was not really sold, but was not, how do I put this? Desk View supported the 8088, and it really was intended not to do to just basically make DAWs better, but it wasn't really a step forward. Like, I feel like I want to compare it at some point. I'm going to write a note, is Desk View stream. Like, that's probably not going to be a long one. Like, what I'm expecting more is probably 1 to 2 streams a week, with the occasional random project or maybe even another another Minecraft stream. I had a lot of fun with that, though. Like, I really enjoyed that. If you've got Oracle for OS 2, please either dump it or send it my way. Like, I will actually try that. I probably am going to regret my life decisions in doing so, but we can definitely try it. Top view is a weird one. Excuse me. Top view I want to do on real hardware. I should actually, I should probably note that one down. Like, we could do a stream with top view and desk view on the compact portable. I now have a CGA to VGA adapter that is not complete garbage. It's just an RGB to HDMI. But that means I can get video output on the portable and put it on the stream. Like, I actually still have the Ultra 10 set up next to me. I haven't put it away yet. Mostly because I'm either just going to put it away, or I'm going to reinstall Solaris before I do. And that will be a live stream. Top View was one of IBM's first attempt to make some sort of graphical environment for the IBM PC. Like, the only reason we're not doing this on real hardware is I don't have hardware that can run this version of OS 2. I would really need a PC. I need a memory expansion board for my 286, but because it's a PS2, it's proprietary. I either have to get a bunch of 30-pin SIMs and rewire them, or I have to find one of those 16-bit memory expander boards to take it to that limit. It's just this obnoxious thing that I'm going to have to do. And maybe I will put that on my list of IBM PS2 memory SIMs. Because someone on Vogons figured it out a while ago. I just have to do it. It is an upgrade from Microsoft C 4.0. Because Microsoft C 4.0, you do this all by hand. You have to follow 5 or 6 pages of written instructions. Yeah, what you're looking for the IBM PS2 is you're looking for 30-pin SIMs rewiring. What I have to do is I have to buy the SIMs off eBay. I have to cut 3 traces, and then I have to rewire them. It's documented. It's just this giant, obnoxious pain in the ass. And I don't know if the SIMs that I'm going to buy are going to be good or not, so it's why I've never used the 286 on stream. DeskView X is intended for running X programs remotely. It doesn't support running Windows and so forth. So, all right. So, are we near the end of this? Yes. Yeah, there's definitely going to be more follow-ups here, but I want to stay at least semi-focused. Like, I'm not completely certain, but I think the next stream is going to be all Presentation Manager, which probably is going to be looking at OS 2 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3, as well as probably Extended Edition, because Extended Edition is one of the very few things that I have UIs for all the way through. Yeah. I mean, at least the EDSI drive in my Model 30 works, because those are freaking unobtainium. Like, because LGR did a video on the Model 30. I don't actually know what he ended up using for a hard drive solution on that thing. Yeah. Okay, cool. I will look at that DM after I'm done streaming. Part of me wants more. So the problem I have while streaming is I have to drink a lot of water to talk, and then it just kind of goes right through me. So let's get the compiler set up. I might have to do another leg stretch here just because this is going to take a bit, so I will just let this run, and I will step away while this runs. Okay. I'll be right back, chat. And I'm back, chat. I really don't know how streamers that go for 8 hours without leaving the keyboard do it. Okay, so that handles all the command line stuff. Now we need to install the patch. All right. Because I actually didn't do the install the patch part. So there's setup. Where did it install that to? Did it... Chat, am I misremembering? There was a... Oh, there it is. Patch. Okay, so... Information on a patch for Microsoft Operating System /2. Describes how to install it so you can use the 7 command of the code view debugger in protected mode. If you're using protected mode on OS 2 version 1.0, which we are, and you have a MAF coprocessor, which we do, you need to install a patch before you can use the CBV7 command. So, okay. Change the current drive and directory from the root directory to the boot disk. It's interesting how this talks about booting from a floppy. If the boot disk is a floppy, because that was never officially supported. You can do it, though. I'm actually going to write down my notes. OS2 patch in MSC4 talks about booting from a floppy. Actually, you know, that's actually a really... Yeah, you can do you can make a format bootable disk in this. We should probably do that because we're here. And then give the following... So... We need to be at the root directory. Root directory of the boot disk. So set path. You know what we think we do is we copy everything from the patch folder here. That is interesting. The patch verification failed. Probably because this is not a version. This is IBM PC DOS 3.3. Hopefully we didn't accidentally break everything with that. Oh, look at that is not what I expected. So the way the patch works is it's doing a binary exchange. It's looking at these two offsets and changing the instructions. But look at the file it's patching. It's patching ibmdos.com, which is that's not part of OS 2. That's part of the base DOS system. Now I am deeply curious of what would happen if I installed OS 2 on top of DRDOS. Like, would that even work? Well, NeoZ, that makes sense because for development stuff, being able to boot off a floppy disk is very interesting. OS 2 patches ibmdos.com? Because it shouldn't be touching that file. That file should only be there for the DOS box. Well, that was an unexpected discovery. So let's go into the bin.p folder and let's load in the path. So now we've got all that. All right, that doesn't work on this one. So this should be familiar to a lot of people, because the output of this is basically unchanged even in the current versions of Microsoft's compiler. And I've seen this on Xenix, which it is extremely strange. But you can see here that this is targeting the 286 because we have various models. You can choose that if you want 8088, 80186, or 286. And quite a bit more. Like, this doesn't look all that different. Fascinating. All right, so we should have a bunch of example source. So let's make sure we can actually compile some of this. So let's see here. Do we have M? We do not have M. Is it SDKED? I feel like there's supposed to be an editor here. Oh, I don't think it's on this disk. I think it's in a different pack. Or is it in here? Yeah, see, that includes M. Oh, it's MEP. I probably have to reboot. Yeah, this probably, if I run it from the root directory, unable to open the swapping file. Yeah, I'm just going to reboot because it probably needs a reboot after installing all that. Like, when I wanted to do the NetWare 2.0, I had to kit bash like 3 image dumps. So even if the disks have rotted, archiving what is there is still a huge win. The keyboard is a Corsair XT95 Platinum with MX Blue switches. Okay, so let's see if we can load that editor. That was one of the chat. It broke. I am not amused by this. How the hell do I fix this one? Let me boot off. Let me boot off an OS 2 disk. Yeah. No, they're just Cherry MX Blues. Okay, so what we learned here is don't install system upgrades. Like, let's not install system upgrades. $47. We shouldn't have to, like, redo all of this, but that's really kind of annoying. Okay. I don't really want to put up the fail counter. I probably should, but I'm not going to. Like, I probably should put up a text mode description about a lot of this. Alright, so wait for this to boot. Hopefully this will be a straightforward fix. Okay. Microsoft OS 2. Like, I have the tools to do a flux copy. I haven't done one in a while. So if I hit escape here, I do end up here. Do I have the file? Yeah, see, I don't have the actual file because there's no copy of DAWs here. So I have to get it. Let me just make sure it's not on the other ones. Like, let me look at the program disk. Because you can boot off the program disk. You have OS2 BIO. But I think I need the Microsoft, not the Microsoft, the, I think I need the DAWs version of it, unfortunately. So let me go put the disk in. This potentially could become a reinstall. Like, I don't know how badly it's been gummed up, but that might actually become a reinstall. Oh, you know, hold on. Is it hidden? Because this is a hidden file, you can't just copy it. Oh, I don't remember how you list hidden files. Like, OS2 is not a prototype. I will say that. That is blatantly wrong. I am not actually sure how to fix this. And hold on. DAWs dir. How do I list hidden files? List hidden files. Okay, so that does not work with that. All right, let's try system. Like, if we boot from the floppy, can we do it from there? Worst case scenario, we can just reinstall Microsoft OS 2 directly. Like, this is annoying. It's not end of the world bad. But it is really annoying. Like, this should not... I should have made a backup. I didn't. And I hit F1 in the wrong terminal window. Okay, come on. Boot up. Boot up. It didn't... Well, the OS 2 one is different. So let's see here. Can I do... Yeah, it doesn't even... I probably... Let me see here. Can I just do a sys transfer to C? Like, will it let me do this? Because then I can just reinstall OS 2 on top. So that's a system transfer. Can we boot off the hard drive now? Because then we just have to reinstall OS 2, and that's easy. Well, Jeannie, I make backups when I think I'm going to need them. I didn't think I was going to need this for a patch tool that specifically says it's for that version of OS 2. Like, because this is what you would have had to do back in the days. You could not easily take a backup like this. There were very few backup utilities. You would have to fix it. Okay, so yeah, now we have DAWs sorted. So now if we just go and rerun the Windows installation, that should take care of it. Well, fortunately, HPFS does not exist in this era. That came later. That definitely came later. You can still boot off a floppy disk and get the HPFS. I mean, T-Edit was probably included on the installation floppy for the people who broke config.sys. That was very much an OS 2 rite of passage. Okay. Definitely doing decent. 175 today. That is, for a midweek stream, I should have probably done this on a Friday. Well, we'll see. I mostly just schedule these when I can schedule them because my health, more than I, determines the tempo of when I can stream. So, alright. That is progress. Like I said, there's a few more things I want to test. I want to try reinstalling Windows to see if it'll run. And I also want to try Windows 2.0. Because I feel like that Windows 2.0 and Windows 3.0, because there's reasons I want to test this. Actually, we'll do 3.0 because I'm almost certain it will work. I feel like I've tested it. So, all right. So we just got to do the number 4. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, and now that's just going to copy the system files again. Oh well, it was annoying. It wasn't that bad. I'm using 86 box. Yeah, I guess it makes sense that this is a Europe-friendly time. YouTube gives me some very basic stats on when it's a good time to stream versus not good time to stream, but they kind of tend to be self-fulfilling prophecies. So, definitely some things I want to try with this one. All right, so let's look at my little notepad here. Notepad is currently fine. I will have a cup of coffee at 2:10. I think that's right, because it's definitely an experience, not a sprint. So VIO calls. Okay, so all files have been copied. Now it's going to want to reboot. I don't know why it's not letting me put stream markers in, though. That's weird. It's possible because I have closed captions disabled. I forgot to enable it before I started the stream. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, so no disk in. Eject. Because I normally would do the low latency streaming option, but accessibility is important. But I accidentally turned off the closed caption option, probably when I was messing with all the settings trying to make it work. I will always stream at chaotic times. It's just the nature of the beast of having a sleep disorder. I try and make it on the weekends, but it's really just going to be all over the place, especially if I'm going to be streaming more regularly. Okay. Alright, cool. So now we can boot OS 2. It'll do the rest of the installer, and then we are good to go. I mean, I drink less coffee than I drink Diet Coke. So, you know, I take the good with the bad on this one. Okay. So put the program disk in. And let it copy. What I think... I don't know what... I just noticed that there's a link.exe on the program disk. I just saw it go by. Is that an actual linker? Okay. So now we gotta do the supplemental. I'm currently debating if I want to install Standard Edition. Maybe we will. Well, we'll see. Let me see how I feel about some of these things. Okay. So that's all copying all that. I am definitely one of the... See, I can function without caffeine. I really don't get much out of it. I think that's all sleep disorder stuff. I like Diet Coke, but a lot of it is probably because I like it more than seltzer. But like I said, I'm making an effort to cut back. I really want to try and make 23. I want to have less bad health. Like, it's not horrible as is, all things considered, but there's a lot of simple stuff I could do to make it better, so I will. Well, I'm pretty sure link.exe is not in the IBM version. And this actually does remind me to check something. Now that we've reinstalled, I need to get the date of the file timestamp. Did this not reboot? Okay, I guess it didn't reboot. Alright, so hopefully, like I said, hopefully everything will be more or less okay. I'm not certain if they do or didn't. Like, 3.3 removed the linker. It was there in 3.2. Yeah, I definitely understand what you mean by having anxiety. It's been a lifelong enemy for me. You know, a lot of doing YouTube has helped with that. And just all the other stuff. Like, for people who follow along, the last half a year has been an interesting period in my life. Alright, so now that we're here, so we lost the programs in the sidebar, which that's fine. So one thing I wanted to check. Yeah, so IOPO is set to yes on this version. And yeah, that's pretty much... And the other thing I wanted to check... Oh, that's different. Microsoft Linker 2? Microsoft Linker 2 1987 copyright. I am actually curious about this. Hold on. Bin P new paths. Dual mode linker. I don't think this is a family mode application, but this might be the linker. Like, what a weird thing. I'm just going to catch up with the chat here for a bit. I do definitely want to do Citrix. Spool is running. Yeah. Alright, chat, can you think of anything else that we should check here? The other thing I wanted to get is I wanted to get the date of these binaries. 4/11/88 is the date on these binaries. So the Tandy OEM 4/11/88, because this is one of the big things that I've been trying to figure out. And then I have a second copy of this SDK, which does not, or not the SDK. This is the one, yeah, so the non-branded version that I have images of, so Microsoft OS 2 unbranded, this is 12/15/1987. So there were differences. I also just noticed there's an install IBM right there. I enjoy anime to an extent. I don't really watch it that much anymore. Although, I am overdue on doing a binge watch of One Piece. I'm just kind of dreading it. Okay, so I have reasons to think this may or may not work, but I want to try it. Before we do IBM OS 2, which is how we're going to basically end the stream, I want to see if we can install Windows. Like, I really want to see if we can install Windows. So, 3.0 was officially supported. So let me go here. Setup. The file cannot find the file keyboard. Oh, it might need to be in Drive B. Like, it might actually require let's install it from MS-DOS. I want to try this. Because Windows 3.0 rather uniquely supported running under OS 2. And I am curious if that will actually work on OS 2 1.0. Because if it works on 1.0, then Windows is not doing anything special to OS 2. If it doesn't work, then it was something that was added later. So this is something I actually do want to know. Oh, you're right. Setup. Wait, that was odd because it actually did try and start the setup. Let's go back into OS 2. You're completely right about that. It actually did try and start the setup even though I was in OS 2 mode. I love Evangelion. I was a little disappointed with the Rebuild series, although I have to say Thrice Upon a Time was not bad. Well, it's doing something. Okay, I guess we're doing this. We are, in fact, doing this. We are at 2 hours, 17 minutes. Windows 3.0 installation. Okay. Oh, I didn't want to start help. You know, actually, we don't want to install to that folder because I have the... Yeah, I have the remains of this here. So we'll just install it to... No, we'll actually delete this. All right, let's see if we can install Windows 3.0 under OS 2. Let's and I'm actually going to write a note about that apparently we have a family mode. Interesting that it detects that there is a network. Like, what other computers do we have here? Okay, I'm not going to worry about that. Alright. It's copying files. The problem with Rebuild was that Rebuild 3 was probably one of the most dark and depressing things ever created. And we got stuck with that as the de facto finale for almost a decade. My largest problem with Thrice Upon a Time, and specifically the second half of Rebuild, is they cut a movie out. Basically, you have... there are going to be spoilers here. There's an event that's alluded to that is shown at the end of 2.0 that is never actually shown that they really had to show. Yep. Yeah, people are kind of optimistic, although most people here probably have seen my OS 2 video because it's like it's the only thing, like there's LGR's video on OS 2, which is a very high level thing. Who else has done OS 2 videos? Like, chat, help me out here. Like, there's not a lot of people that have even tried to touch it. Let's see here. Hold on. For some reason, it does not want to let me select this disk. There it goes. Okay. I'm almost curious. The problem is there's no Ethernet support, or we could entirely do it. Yeah, I didn't think, like, that was just, like, kind of a lark thing, but I really enjoyed doing it. Oh, something's happening. The network software has not been installed. Network options will not be enabled. That is running in EGA mode. That looks hideous. But it is running. We are running Windows under OS 2. This is fascinating to look at. What disk did it want? Disk 3. Look at that go. I mean, it's running. It's still an It's still EGA, so it's not exactly. You know, it's still 16 color, but because there is no network stack. The OS2 1.0 did not have networking support. There was a beta client from NetWare, but neither LAN Manager nor LAN Requester was available at this point. That came later. I'm actually curious what would happen if I try and tabbed out of this. I don't want to try it. I'm not going to do it while SAP's running. We'll wait until we actually make it into the system. You can really feel how slow it is. Like, this was the presentation manager we should have gone. So I am now curious if Windows 2.0 would actually install. Like, we might have to actually try this. So Windows right. Like, my biggest belief and understanding is that basically the command line parts of OS 2 are unchanged from 1.0 to 1.2. I know there's a little bit of change in 1.3, but not a lot. So, okay. The biggest problem I've had with 86 box on Mac isn't running it on Mac, it's the lack of keys on your keyboard. And for those who may want to try this, FN right arrow on Mac is end. That helped me in my quest. Yes, the lamp is back. Windows for Workgroups 386. Windows for Workgroups requires a 386. It doesn't work on a 286. And Windows 3.0 only runs in real mode. It doesn't run in standard mode. So yeah, it is definitely going. It's going well. Yep. You can't do that, J Kappa, on OS 2. It's a protected mode operating system. So disk 5. You can run 86 box on top of Mac OS 10. Hey, Manfred. Yep. No, there is memory protection. There is memory protection as long as you're running OS 2 native applications. I have run Windows 3.0 on my 4.7 megahertz Intel 8088. It is exciting. We're running on an 8 megahertz 286. Like, I suspect it's still running faster than the real thing, but it's not that slow. No, 86 box these days have a Mac and Linux port. The Linux port has some issues last time I ran it, but they've probably been sorted out since. Okay. It's installing Hectavia. Disk 6. Dog Shell is not an OS 2 application. I'm not actually sure where Dog Shell came from, but I almost think it's an IBM program. It's not a Microsoft one. It has a lot of hallmarks of IBM coding. And those are the icons going in. Let's see here. Well, yeah. Well, I don't run. I'm still running X on my on the Linux side. I am going to keep the Linux boot partition. No, we are not going to make any modifications. Okay. There's the control panel. No printer. Oh, interesting. I don't have working mouse support. So the mouse doesn't work because I've been using key entries. You know what? I'm going to let it do a scan. Okay, so maybe not. It found WordPerfect. I don't have anything yet for DAW Shell because I haven't looked at it in depth. It might be a Microsoft thing that was made for IBM because it has like all the makings of an IBM application. Although, because DAW Shell came along in DAWs 4, not DAWs 5, so that was still in the IBM Microsoft partnership era. I'd have to take a close look at it. Yeah, so this definitely has some issues, but it does work. It also found a lot of other stuff here, like, oh, I don't know. I'm curious if... Oh, I didn't actually want to do that. I don't want to copy these. I have no working mouse here, but... Don't want that, don't want that. Okay. So non-Windows applications. Interesting, look, it actually got an icon for Multiplan. Okay. There's the README file. Okay. Cool. Does it start? Microsoft Windows version 3.0. That's fine. Yeah, so I have no mouse support. But it does run. It does actually function. So I start... No, Windows cannot use non-Windows applications under OS 2. That's expected. But I can run Solitaire even though I don't have the mouse. Oh, look how slow that draws in. Yeah, I can actually play this with the keyboard. I don't think I've ever played this with the keyboard before. Chat, do we want to do a game of Solitaire? I'm not even gonna run a poll. I'm just gonna wait for see what chat responds. Like we can do one game. This is a little awkward for me to play. 2. Does that 6 help us? The 6 doesn't really help us. No real help there. No real help there. Okay, if we can get that, if we can get a red king down, that definitely helps. 10. Yeah, nothing super amazing in that. That's actually kind of depressing. You I'm going to pull out because... yeah, you I'm going to pull out. Okay. This is really weird to type on, but we are playing Solitaire on OS 2, which I feel like is kind of neat because while IBM did include Klondike Solitaire towards the end, it wasn't a good version of it. Can we do anything? We got that queen. And then we can move that jack. Oh, that's weird. I actually have to move the up arrow to get that. Like, they really did put full keyboard support in this. Like, this isn't, like, you know, half-assed. Alright, so let's move that king down, and let's actually get that 9. Which actually gives us that 8. This is not a bad place to be. We can't do anything with the 6 that I can see. So, okay. We'll take that ace. Can't do anything with that jack. I really need is a 5. Can't do anything with that jack either. That 3 I can pull out, though, and that's probably a good move. Alright, so now we get a 5 in the wrong color. Another 5 in the wrong color. A 7. Oh, we can use that 2. That 2 is actually useful. Oh. Oh, look at the speed of that drawing animation. Nine. Does that help? Oh, actually, hold on. I can take that queen, and we can free up. We can flip a card. That isn't... Well, it's useful, but it's not use. It also isn't. Gives us a red 7. Okay, well, I'll take the 2. That's actually quite welcome. I feel like I know where the 3 is, but I don't think we can actually get to it. I feel like the 3 is up here somewhere. We can't do anything else with what we have. Let's see here. That's 7. Oh, we can get that ace now. That's useful. That jack doesn't help us. That 6 doesn't help us. I'm only going to play the one game, so when I lose, because I probably will. Actually, didn't we have a 5? Yeah, we don't have a 5 we can reach. I don't think I have any more valid moves. I have no 8 I can get. I can't move any of these. The few cards that can help me are buried. Yeah, I think that's it. Alright, so I think that's good enough to prove that this actually works. Oh, actually, there was one thing I wanted to check. What happens when you try and start an OS 2 program under Windows 3? Like, I never actually tried that. If you try a family mode, what does that do? It probably just gives you the same error. Okay. So Windows... Multiplan, yeah, okay. So you can't launch an OS 2 program from here, which is what I expected, but it's good to confirm that. All right. I kind of want to install IBM OS 2 Extended Edition because that is like the business server version. Yeah, like I definitely think we want. No, it can't use more memory. I know for a fact it can't. Because it can't load into standard mode. That's part of what the README requires. So, with that being what it is, let's go back. I'm happy with what we've learned here, but there's still more to explore. So... let me switch the view. Go to desktop view. Let's make another VM. Let's create IBM OS 2. and we're just going to configure it. And okay, so this is going to be, it's going to be a 286. It's going to be an AMI AT, IBM AT running at 8 megahertz. Math coprocessor. Same amount of memory. You're going to have an EGA card. EGA. You're going to have a Microsoft Serial Mouse. Because we're going to install the IBM edition, which does have differences. Well, it's going to be IBM Extended Edition, I should say. Alright. Where do I want to save this? I probably want to save this on Dropbox, just like I did the other one. Because I do tend to lose these over time, so if it's in Dropbox, I at least have a chance of finding it. So IBM OS 2 Extended. And then once again, I want that disk geometry, 733517. Okay. Actually, on this one, we want high density 3.5 inch on A. Switch that around. Hard drive, controller. Oh no, I don't want XT IDE. I want an actual IDE controller. Okay, that should do it. Let's see here. Alright. So now we've configured, and then I just have to set the scaling. 2x. And now that's going to run the memory test. Very, very slowly, but it is going to run the memory test. Now we got to do all the step and more. So there we go. We want to run setup, so we want to run CMOS setup. Oh look, this BIOS is actually year 2000 compliant. I'm actually surprised. Okay, so now we need to set the drives. I believe this is a type 22. Yeah, type 22. Is an EGA display. The keyboard's installed. Numeric coprocessor, 2 megabytes of RAM. Okay, that is all good. Write data into CMOS. Alright, let's see if we'll get a non-system disk message, which is what I'm expecting. Yeah, it's definitely been a good stream. Like I said, I don't know how late we're going to go. Probably, I think it's only going to be a 4, maybe 5 hour stream at most. Like, I'm definitely got a bunch of questions here that we've definitely learned quite a bit that we didn't know, and this is all really good footage. Okay. 231. Install IBM Extended Edition. Alright, so let me go put the disk in. Because I also have the installer for Standard Edition. We may need to check that out. Oh, and it trapped. Trap 00D. Why did that trap? I've run speed 8. You should be fine on this. All right, fine. I will run you on an official IBM BIOS. It's not that hard. I just have to do it. Okay. Interesting. I'm surprised. I have a 286. I just don't have a way to put enough memory in a 286. That's the problem. Like, if I could figure out a way to get my 286 up to 2 or 4 megabytes, I could do a lot with it. But it only has 640 at the moment. Oh, and my hand just cramped up. All right, so since we now apparently have become a PC AT, there's a couple ways you solve setting up an AT. They're all really annoying because there's no built-in setup program. You have to use a boot disk. The way you do it officially is with the IBM diagnostics disk, but that has problems. So I do have this floppy install, which I believe I can start off of. Yes, I can. And this should have G setup on it. Okay, so it's not on this disk, but I do have a different one that has G setup on it. Okay. So now I can run all the, so set parameters. So floppy disk is 5. UR type there. Alright, so it's a type 22 drive. That's correct. Base memory. Extended memory. Math coprocessor. Installed. Okay, you should be happy with that. Okay, thinking about it. Fingers very much crossed. I will say the POSIX video both did very well, and also, like, it got up to 50,000 views, which is not bad. Although, like, because I didn't have to spend a lot of time on that video, but it's also a bit lower. Why is this complaining about memory size? Am I going to have to run the actual IBM diagnostic utility on this thing? Probably going to have to run the actual IBM diagnostic utility on this thing. Please tell me this disk is bootable. Of course this disk is not bootable. Why would this disk be bootable? Why would I do something useful? This is incidentally why I don't like emulating an actual AT, because this is such a pain. Right, come on. Sometime today. Alright, so now let's try that. So G setup. How much memory did I actually put in? I think I put a full 2 megabytes in actually. All right, let's see that. Unfortunately, I am the trained IBM professional. I have tried PS2s in VirtualBox, not VirtualBox, in 86box multiple times. Half the time it won't load the reference disk, and other times it just breaks in weird ways. I'd rather do it this way. For IBM OS 2 1.0. Like, at some point I have to figure out the Model 30 stuff and just do it. But this has the least amount of unknowns. Okay, cool. And that time I ended up in basic, which is exactly where I wanted to be. All right. So that means all I have to do is put... We just now need to install PC DAWs. Can I do system here? No, I cannot do system here. I didn't think I could, but... The problem I have is with the reference disks. I really don't want to have to deal with setting up reference disks every time I deal with the system. That's why I use... Unless I am running IBM OS 2, and I don't usually use this version. Unless I have a very good reason to, I don't use it. So let's install let's fdisk this. Create. It does definitely help because I will have this image going forward. Okay, so that name is not there. So I'll be able to reference things as I need it. Reference disks are needed by IBM PS2 machines to basically do setup and a whole lot of other things. Okay. So now we gotta let this run. Format. Yep. Okay. All right. It's formatting that hard drive. Services for Unix goes back to approximately Windows 2000, although XP was the first one to have it in the box. I will say that having a vacuum flask with coffee in it is like amazing. Still hot too. Coffee. I will say there's a lot of times where coffee just makes things nice. Like now I feel like a proper IBM technician who's setting up a machine for a client and is very much going through all this. You know, brand new MFM hard drive probably had to be low-level formatted. I mean, by and large, it's very rare to have an unformatted disk because low-level format utilities will format for you. Hey! Everyone say hello to Adrian's Digital Basement. We are suffering through OS 2 here. Okay, so I don't have the fancy stuff that IBM It's like, okay. Yes, I'm not completely dressed for the role. So there was one thing I noticed. I checked this in my private testing, and I just managed to leak coffee on myself. That's awesome. Microsoft OS 2 shipped with GW Basic, and obviously we have Basic A. Like if I load this up, takes a bit. Yeah, we have Basic A. So I'm curious if IBM OS 2 still has Basic on it. All right. So let's get right down to it. So now that we've formatted and installed, let's look at as many differences as we can spot. 86 blocks. Where did I put it? B Dropbox. Some projects. Really wish there was like a better way to handle a whole bunch of That was not the disk I needed. I need the install disk. Install. All right, let's try this again. So low-level formatting is basically writing the actual tracks of the hard drive. It's normally done at the factory these days. Like, you can't low-level format a drive, although there's still SCSI commands to do it. But back in these days, you would have to low-level format drives. I actually did a low-level format of a SCSI drive on, not on stream, but in the 486 part 3, I actually do it. The OS2 subsystem in NT is excellent. It's actually better than the real IBM OS2 because it has full network support, IPC support, and you can install Presentation Manager. Like, the amount of people that have... I don't... One of the things that very frustrated me about the comments I got on that Postix video are the people who are going to blindly defend Microsoft for shipping a defective product, saying the specification was broken. The POSIX specification is fine. It defines a lot of things as optional because it was codifying existing behavior. But that was a lot of people. Like, I probably would need to re-edit that video to make it clear what the larger problems were. This is... Why is this not booting? Let me do a hard reset. Like, we didn't even get an splash screen of that one. Okay. I am sort of curious on why that one... Like, the hard drive light on the status is on constant, so I don't know what's going on here. Okay, so the screen should clear and then it should start reading from the disk and boot at some point. Alright, so now it's reading from the disk. And then it stops. And I get absolutely no splash screen. Of course I don't. What did I do wrong? Oh, you know, maybe it doesn't like the RTC. Well, I can't imagine it cares that early in boot. Storage controllers and ISA. Yep, that's all fine. That's all fine. Why won't this boot? Like, it starts the process and then it just kind of quits. Like, we can start off the hard drive. Yeah, I'm not... Yeah, see, I started here. Let me just set the clock back. It's possible... It is possible there's like a Y2K problem. I'd be surprised because I have done this before, but... Let's see. Like, it's reading the disk a whole lot. And then it just hangs. Let me load the standard edition disk in. Maybe there's a problem with my set. Like, these are the ones... Oh. Oh, hold on. You can't see this. Let me switch the view. Install 1 modified on the 9th. I may have screwed up this disk image. I have a backup copy of it, the original one from my archive. So let me... I may have broken that disk image by accident. Let me grab the original from my archives, because that's my own personal copy of this. I know this is good. Let's see here. Archival, extended edition, install 1. Like, did I accidentally format it at some point? I guess I could have. I don't see how. Replace. Okay, hold on. Replace. Insert disk write protected. Try it again. I try to be good about, you know, I don't always keep the zips, but I do keep a lot of backups. Like, especially for like, there's definitely a lot of things I've had to deal with. No, but it's still not booting. Like, it just stops. Can we start a different copy of OS2? Like, what is actually broken here? Can we start standard edition? Because I have... Wait. Standard edition... No, that's all correct. That didn't even try to boot. General failure reading the drive. So what happened? It's a high density. Those are both high density. So extended edition. Can we read this disk? We can read the disk. I just noticed there's an additional file here. Mouse calls. That was what was missing on the other one. So this all starts up and loads. Is it possible it boots off one of the other ones? I always remember there being a dedicated install disk, though. You know, it's possible there's not enough memory. What is going... Alright, let me look at my settings here. Let's look at the settings. EGA graphics should be fine. We're an IBM PC AT. No configuration. Speed is 8. That's fine. Weight states are fine. 2.5 megabytes. You know what? I'm going to switch... to... Let me grab GSEP because we're going to need it. I really need to put this disk somewhere else, but let me grab... just make sure we have this set up the way it's supposed to be set up. Yeah, that's all correct. So let me just try something. Okay. So now I just flipped the location of the floppy drives. So let me switch them and see if we can do something with this. Like, I don't get it. Like, I am deeply confused. Maybe we can, like, if standard edition starts, which it might. Let's see here, Dropbox. All right. Note to self, I definitely need a more clean and organized install. Let's see if we can install standard edition. Because this was the same problem I was having with IBM OS, with the Microsoft OS 2 version. Let's see. It's reading the disk. Did that trap or did that start? That looks like it started. And panicked. That crashed so hard I couldn't even see how it crashed. Oh, I just realized I have time synchronization enabled. I probably shouldn't. You know what? I'll even turn off the floating point unit. Like, why is it having this many problems? I should still be able to boot. This version should not require 4, but maybe it does. It is entirely possible it has, like, 4 megabytes of memory in 88. That would have been obscene. Like, that's basically the upper limit of what you can get into an AT without going into real contortions. Should be the right type of floppy disk. I changed the settings. Alright, you know what? If we're going to go down this road, let's try an AMI BIOS. I'm going to disable the FPU. Because I know the AMI BIOS can run OS 2. I've done it. And this is easier to reconfigure as we have to. Alright. Let's just turn the time back. Like that. Yeah, I mean, this was basically the first thing that used, like, NetWare 286 may have been out at this point. I'm not certain. But OS 2 was very much designed on it has incredibly bad hardware compatibility. So it trapped. Okay, hold on. OS 2 trap OOOD system startup. faulty 16-bit. Do we have an option ROM here that it doesn't like? Like, that's a less terrible. Like, we shouldn't have any option ROMs here. You know what? I'm going to just try it with a CGA card. Wow, that is remarkably ugly. And we will have to change the settings. So here, let me keep looking. Software problem. So I get, yeah, so we got a trap 008 and then D. 008. Alright. Run setup utility. That's all fine. Chat, I am open to explanations here. Well, the Microsoft version basically installed no problem. It's the IBM one that has some serious... I'm going to be annoyed if this works. Well, that did something different, but that didn't actually help. Is it possible it's unhappy with an 8 megahertz 286? Like, is it possible that it really is that picky? Yeah, we're still trying to get Extended Edition to install. I've done this in the past. It should not be this difficult. But apparently it's going to be. Alright, let's get creative. Let us get creative. I have this distinct feeling this is an emulation problem. But I know I have a pretty solid idea how we get around this. All right, so existing image. Let me put in the Microsoft boot disk. Okay. So the Tandy install. Definitely a very, very strange problem. Okay, that is correct, that is correct, that is correct. Because if we can start the Microsoft installer, which I'm not certain we're going to, I can do some deeply cursed magic here. But let's see if we can even start the Microsoft one. I have my doubts. No, and that just immediately crashed out. I mean, what gives? All right, let's try going back to that NCR board, because apparently that's the one that works. 287. Yeah, that's basically everything else. All right, so let's try it with that NCR board. I couldn't get that to work earlier. I had that distinct feeling something is not being emulated correctly. Like, this feels like a regression in 86 box, because this used to work. I have real IBM hardware. I just can't easily do it. Well, we're not giving up that easily. let me... there's definitely some things I can do to make this less painful. Because there's definitely patches required. I should say patches required. Okay, yeah, so run setup. That's correct. Set the time. Type 4. 22. 640. Okay. The problem is this extended memory test takes so long. Like it's... And on this system, the BIOS handles this a bit differently. So 1664 was what I had to do last time. Oh, no, I didn't want to end. I didn't want to end out. That was a mistake. But this managed to start the Microsoft version of OS 2 no problem. Yeah, 2 megabytes should be overkill for what we're trying to do. I've gone into work on it. Like I feel like this is the problem I have with 86 box is it tends to have regressions. Like I might just have to grab an older 86 box so we can try it. All right, hold on. I think I just typed the wrong number in there. I think I had to type 1664 and not 1644. Although I guess maybe it's okay. Okay, so if it's loading that, if I give it the IBM Standard Edition boot disk, what happens? Like, do you actually start? I don't really want to set up a new emulator on stream, so if we can't actually get this to work, I don't know what I'm going to do. Apparently, I didn't test this all well enough. Yeah, 1664. Okay. We need to set up... Because apparently I'm just going around in circles here. One 664. Save it that time by hitting end. And let's see if the IBM Standard Edition installer will start. No CMOS error that time. Okay, so So now it's going to try and start the IBM version. It's thinking about it. It's thinking real hard about it. We already installed Microsoft OS 2. Now we're installing IBM OS 2 Extended Edition. Loading IBM OS 2 installation. Look, it's even in color. Well, right now I've got standard edition discs in because we're definitely not going anywhere fast. Yeah, like this is getting into the installer. And okay. That's fine. I really didn't want to do that anyway. So, all right. So let me switch. So apparently it doesn't, I don't know what it's doing, but let me switch the disk configuration around so we can try and just do extended edition. No, we're not even talking 90s hardware. We're talking about 80s hardware. That was Windows 3.0 running under OS 2 1.0. We're not dealing with Presentation Manager on this stream. That will be a future one, but not today. I at some point, I don't know when, I need to redo the entire. I have to rearrange this apartment. Like, I don't like that the face cam is over here to the side. It's better than nothing, but it is annoying. Okay. Oh, I just set the disk type. Yeah, it's not. But you can run Windows 3.0. You can't run Windows 1.0 though, which I find fascinating. Okay. All right. Is it booting? It's thinking about it. What? Did I put the wrong disk in? General failure reading drive A. Oh, yeah, hold on. I got no, GSAP won't work here. GSAP won't work here. What did I do wrong? But Windows 3.0 does not run in standard mode. It runs in real mode. I have a couple GoPros. Maybe I will try that and just put it directly on top of the monitor. That's actually a really good idea. I wish I thought of that myself. I will have to try that and see how well that works. Yeah, no, I have those set correctly. So why can it not read the disk? Let me try standard edition. Extended edition, install 1. It's reading the disk a lot. OS 2. Chat, I'm scared. Chat, I'm actually scared. This is running on Ooga Booga. This is Ooga Booga computing. This is not curse computing. This is Ooga Booga computing. Because I have absolutely no idea what I actually did to make it work. Apparently, maybe I just had to pay a tithe. Is it actually going to load into the full install? Like, are we going to get the splash screen? Yeah, it's thinking about it. It's thinking about it real hard. How out of sync? Are they really out of sync again? Hold on. Testing. Oh yeah, they are out of sync. At least I know what causes this one. I actually found the cause of the problem. Okay. That should probably fix it, although maybe requires my stream to reset. Alright, so Extended Edition 1.0, and these are from floppy disks I wrote myself. So that should... Welcome to IBM OS 2 Operating System 2. The following screens will guide you through installing IBM OS 2 on a fixed disk. Interestingly, it only says diskettes 1, 2, and 3, because Extended Edition is 8 disks. Okay. So, there's that. Like, this is completely different from the Microsoft installer. Did it not register my enter? Okay, yeah, I didn't register my enter. During the IBM OS 2 installation, you make choices by selecting an item from a list. Once a choice is made, you can proceed to the next step. At times, you may want to review information or request further help. I'm curious, if we hit F... there, and yet there's no F1 screen here. We do not want to format the partition. Never let the IBM OS 2 one format. You can rename it. Copying files. I mean, look at that. There was no option for setting up dual booting like there is on the Microsoft one. How far is it? Hold on. How far is it desynced? Testing. Yeah, that is desynced. Let's see here. What can I do? Like, there's not a lot I can do about it. Like, that just start? Okay. If you are finding that it's desync, try reloading it. Okay. So it is just copying files. Like, I find it interesting that they apparently redid the entire installer for the IBM version of this. Like, it's completely different. So let me add some notes to this. 86 box seems to have problems with IBM OS 2. Worked with NEC version, NEC BIOS, but unclear as to why. Because of course. All right. The fixed disk preparation is complete. Remove the disk from drive A and then press Alt Control Delete to reboot. Okay. All right, I can disable the face cam if it's really going to be like this. Like, was it fine at the start of the stream? I'll just hide the face cam for today. It's an ongoing issue with my stream that we've never been able to work out the root cause of. Some streams are okay, some streams are not. Stream lags from about 20 seconds from real time, so I probably have a cumulative desync. I would probably have to restart. I probably have to fully restart OBS to fix that. I really don't want to do that. All right, let me restart OBS. The stream is going to pinwheel while I do this. I'm not just, these are not separate. This is audio stuff. Let me see here. All right. I'm just gonna leave the camera off then if it's okay. So we have to put diskette 1 in and we start the process. Manitoban, that is completely wrong. Like, that is a fundamentally wrong understanding on how I and YouTube do streaming. And I worked at Beam. I worked at Beam and then Mixer. That is fundamentally incorrect. I could restart the camera, but it's probably the capture card that's having problems. Like, I'll restart the camera and we'll see if it gets better. Testing 1, 2. No, I can see the lag on the meters. It's definitely OBS is having problems. I know there's OBS 2.9 came out. So it's definitely, I definitely have to upgrade OBS. I just didn't want to do it right before stream. And what timestamp are we at? We are probably at 3:10. Yeah, they're not being used to mux the streams, Manitoban, because that what YouTube gets is a single RMTP stream, and it's happening on my side. I can see it on the panels. I'd have to shut OBS down and restart it. Honestly, I'm going to do that when we get to the disk swap. Like, I think that is actually probably a smart thing to do. Is we'll do this at the disk swap. And we'll see if it's still a problem. All right, chat, it's going to pinwheel for a moment. I'm going to shut OBS down and I'm going to restart it. All right, get ready. Okay, so stream is... Alright, how badly am I desyncing now? Because it looks fine to me on the panel, but how YouTube does it might be different. Okay, let me check that my recording is okay before we continue, because I don't like restarting OBS in a stream. View details. Yeah, that looks like that's fine. Okay. We'll just have to deal with it being split. Okay. It's probably there's always a little bit of desync. It's an issue I've had ongoing that we've never been able to completely solve. The problem is my interface box for the microphone introduces a little bit of latency. And I also get latency from capture devices, so it's just this kind of pain point. Well, yeah, okay. So that definitely helps. Okay. Yep. Manitoban, look at all the comments that say restarting the stream fix it. It was not a problem with YouTube. It is a problem on my end. Please stop spreading misinformation when it's when you are verifiably incorrect as the cause to the desync. That is a warning. I will. Okay. Yeah, there's always a slight desync. There's something here it is a problem on my end because I get this problem when I do just plain recordings. So, all right. So let's finish copying the disk. Like, this is a really boring installer. Okay. Apparently the installation is done. Now I can just proceed to it. Is there... Okay. So predefined country, that's fine. Like, this is all completely different. So Microsoft Mouse. Don't add serial support. Accept configuration. I think we're going to have to compare the Microsoft and IBM versions of Presentation Manager quite a bit more. Because the interface box doesn't do screen capture. Like, I have to... There are things in the SEP I need to change, but I have 3 different ways I record. Like, if I'm on real hardware, I have to use the scaler. It's a completely different recording path from when I'm running OBS at my desk. Like, this is not trivial to get right. Like, if I was only doing gaming streams, I could fix this with a calibration. But my setup keeps changing because I don't stream just one thing. Yes, this is still on EGA. VGA should work, but I'm not going to tempt fate right here. Okay, so now we get the extended edition splash right there. Microsoft Serial Mouse device. It's interesting how you get the splash screen there, and then we end up here. And you notice that we actually have an additional program here. We have Introducing OS 2. I do want to run that. And also, actually, that's a difference. That's an important difference. Hold on. We didn't get done. It started the program manager. It did not start Microsoft differences. Installer drastically different. IBM version starts to program selector. MS version starts to command line. That is not what I was expecting to see here. What happens when we do... Yeah, Ver does what I expected. You get IBM Microsoft operating system. But what's it... That means config.sys has to be notably different. Also, hold on. You get IBM linker too. So, okay, so that does actually exist. Like, config.sys is quite different. All right. So I don't remember how you installed the extended edition binaries. Apparently, do I just put disk 4 in? If I want to install this, how do I install it? Because this is Communication Manager. I recognize it with CM. And I should have a way to install this. Maybe it was on disk 3? Oh, no, I remember how you do it. So you go to OS2, the OS2 folder. You go to EE install, or... I think you go to install. Yeah, here it is. And then you do, I don't remember what you do. Is it install aid? Here we go. Installation, install. Okay, we want to install. It's not how you do it. Frig. I'm trying to remember how you do this. Okay, see, I see it. So I have CM install, ACS install, and I should probably have like a DS install. Okay, hold on. DS would be, let's see here, if I do DS install, database services. Okay, so that's what they used to call it in this version. Yeah. Database services to use the database manager, query manager. Let me just, I don't remember what the other ones are. QM would be query manager, so CM would be communications manager. So let me explain what the difference is here. Standard data, no, this is what would become DB2 on non-mainframes. There were essentially 3 different copies of OS2. There was the Microsoft one that we looked at first. There was IBM Standard Edition, which we basically have installed right now. And then we have Extended Edition, which is basically IBM's database and server thing. Manitoban, I'm sorry to have snapped at you at that point. I actually do appreciate talking about streaming technology because I helped make FTL and I worked at Mixer for many years. I understand this on a lot of levels, but media source extensions is not the cause of the problem you are describing. It is not even related. Media source extensions deals with DRM and encryption, which YouTube may be using them for live streams, but it wouldn't cause the type of desync you're describing. The desync is being caused by the muxing and demuxing, which happens either before or after MSE happens. It's completely unrelated. Okay. No, Extended Edition would basically be the difference between Windows 7 and Server 2016. This was meant for the small home business. Let me install Communications Manager. It'll actually be a bit easier. So with Communication Manager, I'm going to put a timestamp down because this is probably footage I'm going to want later. 033100 install Communication Manager. Communication Manager is basically how you talk to other IBM machines. So I'm just going to do the prompted install, and then this is going to copy files. It's probably going to ask me for a disk. What? I probably have the wrong disk in there. I think it says on the physical. You know what? I have it right here. Let me look. Just get to. No, I mean the actual disk, which I'll show you here. I'll show you on camera. I will actually. Let me bring this up on full screen on camera. Like, you can see. You know what? Let me take it out of the package. Camera, focus please, camera. Let me power cycle the camera. Okay, so I mean this is the actual disc because you know I have it. Disk 5. It doesn't say what's on each disc. I'm just using a copy of the discs I made. So I probably just have to have the right disk installed. The problem is I don't have the full manual. What I have is the command reference binder. There's supposed to be another one that has all the instructions. Yeah, see, this one's the user reference, and it's volume 2. So I probably just have to put the right disk in. All right. I'm just catching up with chat. Yeah. Like I said, I know a lot of people like the nails. It just, I don't know. I really, when I first did this color for Thanksgiving for the holidays, I switched it to red when it got a little bit too chipped. And then I switched it back to blue when I had to redo for the New Year's. Because, like I said, I've been learning to just change things around as I feel like it. I don't know what color I'm going to change it to. I may just leave it plain for a while. It's like, whatever. I'm more likely to dye my hair than not. But, alright, so maybe I just have to have disk 4 installed. Like, disk 4 had all the communication manager stuff on it. Or I thought it did. Yeah, this has CM on it. So let's try that again. So CM install. Files are being copied. And it dies. Is there a CMD file here that I'm not seeing? Or maybe I have to do it like, I don't know, this, install. Is it ended due to a system error? Like, it doesn't even tell you what operation is. It might be complaining that there's missing hardware. Communication manager is really meant for talking with like an IBM mainframe. We can copy it to the hard drive manually though. So let's do that. Like, let's just see if we can even start it. Yeah, CMD are basically bat files for OS2, and NT inherited that. You're technically supposed to use CMD on NT and not bat for 9X, but in practice, no one ever does. I should see what's in that cm.cmd file. Like, okay, I mean, that's like receive RDP send would be ACS. Nope, can't run in OS2 mode. Like, we weren't going to be able to do much with Communication Manager even if we got it working, but fine. Let's see. Let's come back. Let's go back to install. Let's see if I can remember. Let me do ds install, because that would be database services instruction. Okay, so let me put a timestamp down. So this would be 337 install database services. Yeah, it's like this one just wants me to put disk 5 in and calls it good. Copying files from diskette. It's interesting, that doesn't show up in the other one. Like, that just... It's definitely... Let's see here. Yeah, I figure when the pandemic struck, I used to actually have long hair when I was younger. I kept it long up until my first year in college. And then, or actually, I think it was right at the end of high school. When I was in the fire department, I had to keep it short. And I basically kept it short for the rest of my life going up. But when the pandemic happened, obviously you can't get a haircut. And so I decided that I was going to let it grow out, and it's gone pretty long until the pandemic was effectively over. Most people treat it as over, but I really can't say that it is. But I gotta say that I really have enjoyed having long hair. I don't know if it'll be long for the rest of my life, but I'm going to enjoy it for now. So, there's that. So, like, I definitely want to try more self-expression. Like, a lot of my life was conforming to the corporate mold. You know, I worked high stakes corporate for 5 years. I then worked as a freelancer and an engineer for many years past that. So I had to keep basically the look that clients would expect to be taken seriously. But, you know, these days, all I do is YouTube. I still do some contracting work. Like, I'm set up to do self-employment. And now that I have the LLC, I can do even larger projects. But I've had to keep the look consistent. But at this point, it's just for YouTube. And honestly, I don't give a shit what people think how I look. But, you know, I'm going to do fine regardless. Okay, so now we've got Database Manager installed. We should be able to install the Query Manager. So we hit enter here. We can look at the history files. Yeah, so this basically just copied a whole lot of files. Like, that's just a lot of files. When did this install? Oh, yeah, okay, that's the system date. So, okay, that's fine. So now, we can install Query Manager. And if anyone does have older versions of OS 2, especially either LAN Manager or Extended Edition, please get in touch, because I really would love to have like the 1.1 extended, like as many physical copies as I can manage. Yeah. I'm 34. So DB2 is the name of two separate but distinct products. What would become DB2 was what becomes DB2 for Windows and Linux would be based off the OS 2 version. There's also DB2 for mainframes, which has the same name but is a different code base. Microsoft SQL Server also started life on OS 2, and we will look at that as well. But the LAN Manager product was not available until OS 2 1.1. That came later. That's about a year in the future, and I don't think SQL Server was in that original release. The main reason that we're looking at Extended Edition today is it's one of the very few OS 2 applications from this time period that were OS 2 specific. I don't think Infomix actually... Infomix was a Borland product. It wasn't an OS 2 one. They may have had an OS 2 port. It is from that time period. Actually, you know what? I'll look while we're waiting. So, Infomix OS 2. Because Infomix got, I thought that got bought. Here, you know, there's actually, let's see here, Infomix. Like, there was a fair number of OS2 applications. Like, there was a DisplayWrite was on OS2. There was Micrographics had quite a few stuff. Apparently, Microsoft COBOL was supported. Microsoft COBOL was supported on OS2. That is actually quite fascinating. Obviously, there's a version of Wacom. There's a few other things. I know there's a port of 123. Yeah. I know that there's a 1.1 LAN manager. Is there an actual 1.0 LAN manager? Because as far as I can tell, there is no 1.0 LAN manager. Neozy, I would really much want to try that out for myself and see what it was actually like. Okay, so all that is actually installed now. So that looks like that installed like just a whole lot of files that should not be here. Like, this looks very messy to me. Like, was that like that at the beginning of the stream? I mean, I guess. Like this feels a lot more broken. But so here's some interesting things, is that we could build an application that works with this. Look, we have the full headers. We have the link libraries. All I would really need is the manual. Like, if we do start DBM, this is going to take a moment. Okay, so now we should have the database running in the background. I think it should even be in the process list, I suspect. Oh, maybe not. But Query Manager is now here. So, like, now we've got a whole bunch. Like, we have this SQL sample. I don't know what this is doing. It's a bit slow. But, I mean, this is Extended Edition was not available to the general public. You had to be an IBM partner to get it. But this was probably the cheapest SQL server you could get in the 1980s. There's no ports. This does this predates TCP/IP support. This all ran over NetBIOS, and on this particular version, it didn't even work over a network. That just exited out. I think we're gonna have to read the manual on this one. Like, if we do SQL prep, these are probably all like, there we go. Oh, look at that. That is mainframe. That is look at that. Line, messages, and for. That is how a mainframe job works. Ian Dunbar, this predates the Free 86. The Free 86 had not shipped at this point. Okay, so I really wish I had the manual for this. I have the manual for the later versions. IBM OS 2 database services. Like, I would love to know how much IBM was actually charging for this. Like, if we do type H more. Oh, look at that. They forgot to put a year in. Dash, that out. That is how you interface with SQL from a C program, complete with code pages. I kind of want to build an application with this at some point in the future. Can I control C this? Yes, I can. I actually can control C that. That is actually quite nice. I don't think you can do that in DAWs. All right, I'm going to stretch my legs for a minute or two, and then we're actually going to do some database stuff. So we'll be right back. Okay, so Ian, the 386 was out, but it wasn't that much of the 386 is not as big a step forward from the 286 as most people realize. We'll pick this up in 2 minutes. So I will be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Ooh. Alright. So, before we dig into Query Manager, I kind of want to run this introducing OS2 thing, because that wasn't in the IBM version. So let's see here. We are at 350. Introducing OS2. I said let's just run it. Let's see what it has to say on the subject. I'm actually really curious about this. Introducing. So for those who don't know, IBM made a lot of these different demo disks. Like I've done one for the IBM PC Net. And maybe that's how we'll end this stream out, because we'll just run that demo. Oh, music is loud again. You could do plenty with a database in 2 megabytes. I've used SQLite will run under 1 megabyte, and OS2 supports swapping. Okay, so let's run this introduction program. This is like a very unique look, because this is an introduction. It's like, actually look at this. IBM OS2 Extended Edition includes the base system, communication manager, and database manager. And the overview provides information about each part of the product. You can use a keyboard and mouse, and the mouse does work. So, all right, let's keep going. Let's do introduction of the base operating system. There's a term that shows up a lot in IBM products. Like, this almost feels like an attempt to make OS2 a standard OS2 IBM product, because AIX uses the term base operating system and base operating environment. I have seen that on AS400s. I am going, like, this almost feels like an attempt to make IBM more mainframe stuff. So let's see here. This overview discusses how to use the program selector, the concept of multitasking, and several commands for managing your files. Viewing time is about 30 minutes. Do we want to do this, chat? Like, do we want to do the tutorial? probably a bad question to ask, especially if you know red versus blue. I want to see what the votes look at like. Like, if you actually get the reference, I appreciate it, although it will end badly for me. All right, let's see here. I like how it has to make a selection, use the cursor to position, and then mouse users, use the selection, press, and point 1. So, okay, program selector. The main menu for the base operating system is a program selector. It has 3 areas. So we have start a program and switch to a running program. Like, this is actually pretty decent, honestly. Yeah, that's, Aaron, that's what Communication Manager is. That is the 3270 and basically the everything to talk to an IBM enterprise. Enterprise system. Okay. Like, check this out. So this is how IBM envisioned how the program selector would look. Because if you look here on the left-hand side, you have the basic compiler, C compiler, display write, drawing assistance, graphics program, introducing, multiplan. Like, look how much of an upgrade this would be over just basic DOS. Like, why put this much effort if Presentation Manager was going to immediately take it over? And here, this shows you how you can run multiple tasks like introducing OS/2, inventory management, payroll. See here. If during installation you chose to run DOS programs, although I didn't remember seeing that, the DOS command line is always displayed there. They must DOS programs must be started from the DOS command prompt. They must not be added to the start. Like, this is excellent onboard documentation for this era. So this talks about putting it up in the menu, on the update menu, add a program. We saw all this when I did this. So change a program, basic compiler, and then refresh. So a whole bunch of stuff about context-sensitive help. Add a program title. I actually wonder if the books for Communication Manager and Query Manager only got added because of stuff. Yeah, we'll have to look at this. Hold on. Let's see here. So the base operating system components, you can run up to 12 OS/2 programs at the same time, multitasking, depending on available memory. And you can read more about multitasking. So there is a limit of 12 programs. 12 OS/2 program limits, base memory. I'm going to add that to my notes file. Yeah, it's 1 DOS program and native OS/2 ones. Multiplan was 1980s. It lasted until Excel did. Because we have Multiplan for OS/2. Okay. So let's learn about multitasking. Multitasking is a special feature that allows you to process or run as many as 12 OS/2 programs at the same time. For example, you might have a spreadsheet application, a payroll application, and an inventory program running at the same time. You can display each of these programs in turn by running Alt-Escape. And then you can, so if I do Alt-Escape here, Windows caught that. Hold on. No, apparently Windows is still going to catch that. I think Alt-Escape was Alt-Tab. Alt-Escape. When the stream is over, I'm going to put the timestamps in the description. You can see Multiplan there. Okay. So let's learn more about multitasking. I think that's all there is to learn about multitasking. What? What just happened? I think I broke something. Yeah, I think I broke it. I just don't know how. Okay. So now we need to reboot it. I think Excel was available on Macintosh, but I don't think there was a PC version. Yeah, so somehow I think we broke it. So we have to restart. This is sort of a. I find it fascinating that the Microsoft OS 2 experience was good, the IBM one not so much. I think the two things I want to do left on the stream is I want to run the tutorial, I want to do something with Query and Database Manager, and then if we can get Communication Manager to install, we will do so. Oh, that's fine. I just left the disk on the drive. I know there was Multiplan for Macintosh, but I want to say Excel came out on Macintosh first, but I could be wrong about that. Word was the one that was like the absolute winner. Like Multiplan shows up. But one of the big things... Okay, yeah, so let's go back to introducing OS 2. Multitasking. OS 2 programs provide for two methods. Programs designed for use with OS 2 with the OS 2 program. Programs designed for the OS 2 program can continue to run even though they may not be visible on your screen. DAWs can only run with one program at a time. When you switch to an OS 2 program or the program selector, the DAWs program stops until you switch back to it. I actually didn't know that. So the DAWs program gets entirely... It makes perfect sense, but I didn't actually realize it was full suspended. So that was actually... That's a good thing to note, so I will actually note it. Okay, I'm actually also going to add a timestamp for this. Because what I can do is I can put this down for the VOD and it'll just make things a lot easier. Okay, so let's keep going. Assuming you start a payroll application, a spreadsheet application, an inventory program, you enter the data for it on payroll, and as it's processing, you can display the spreadsheet and enter the data for that task. Yeah, so that makes perfect sense. This is like all the makings of an IBM product. Go here. To check the status of each task, you can press Alt-Tab, and that will display each program in turn. Do not press Alt-Escape now, or you will rotate out of introducing OS 2. Yeah, so now that's actually kind of neat how they're doing that as an animation. Okay, so this just talks about swapping screens and how multitasking can help you increase productivity. Well, that was short. Common commands. I don't think there's anything major here, but look at the size of that. That's a big thing. On a fixed disk or in a diskette, you can compare the root directory to that of a file cabinet. Subdirectories. Like, this is completely made for someone who does not know anything about PCs. Like, it's fascinating on... Like, this reminds me of some of the tutorial programs I've seen for System 390. So this talks about creating a OS 2 prompt, creating directories, payroll. I don't think there's anything super interesting here, but we'll just run through it quickly. Yeah, so disk copy, format, print, rename. System help. Okay, cool. So that was actually kind of neat. So looking at this, I wonder if these were like installed later. So let me actually exit this introducing guide. I want to see something. So you have this intro command thing. I want to see something. If we go to a command line. Maybe that's the only difference. Like we have install and intro. Like I really wish we could get this to install. Like if I do cm install. Like, it probably doesn't even like the you know, I saw it try and do a disk read. Maybe it needs to have disk free installed? Is that possible? There is an EE install folder on here. Huh. Yeah, I'm going to do full function mode and just see if it gets any further. Yeah, it doesn't even get any further. Someone will figure out how to install it if I don't. All right, let's learn about the other stuff from the introduction program. So, do we want to learn about? Oh, you know what? We have the communication manager. Hold on. What do we? Let's find out what we want to learn about next. Do we want to learn about communication manager or database manager? I think we're going to do both. Let's just see what chat wants to learn about first. Chat, we're being educational. We probably could get Doom to run on it if we were so determined. Okay, I just want to check some stuff. Yeah, that should be all fine. Okay, cool. Okay. All right, I think Communication Manager is winning this one, although only with 29 votes. So let's start Communication Manager. This is basically the only way we're going to see how Communication Manager works. So, overview of functions. This section outlines the functions that are available when you're using Communication Manager. Concepts of communication, terminal emulation, information transfer, sharing computer resources, and communication equipment and communication protocols. To use Communication Manager, your system must run OS 2 Extended Edition. When you're using Communications Manager, your computer becomes a workstation capable of communicating with other computers. This can also, you can also use APIs with Communication Manager. Like this was basically networking for IBM products. Like Communication Manager was available on everything IBM. I think they still use it in this day, although it's by and large been replaced with host access services. Okay. Terminal emulation is one way you can communicate with another computer. Terminal emulation allows your workstation to communicate with a host computer. The host computer performs control functions for a group of computers communicating with one another during a session. Your workstation then emulates the terminal normally connected to the host. So you can send information, receive information, and share programs and resources. So this talks about transferring files. Communication Manager supports 2 emulation modes: ASCII terminal emulation for asynchronous communication and 3270 terminal emulation. So ASCII communication would be like working with a modem. Yeah, like this has all the makings of working with modems and such. Communications allow the sharing of resources among computers. When you share blah, 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 large files. So in addition to terminal emulation and file transfer, Communication Manager has the following application programming APIs: asynchronous communications device interface, advanced program-to-program communication, and server requester program interface. Yeah, that's what I thought. So this actually does support modems. I don't know why we can't load it, but 86aux doesn't support modems. This is just years and years of me picking up random things. I actually have token ring equipment. Like, I could build a token ring. In addition to communications equipment, communication requires a protocol. Just as traffic laws tell drivers how to regulate their vehicles, protocols tell computers how to manage the transfer of information so it arrives safely. Like, this is a very thorough document. Like, I'm surprised. So many protocols are talking to various things. Okay, so here's what's supported. This is actually useful. Communication Manager supports the following protocols: async, SDLC, and 3270. It also supports yeah, so it does. This is basically 3270 was both IBM. I want to say it was both mainframe and AS400, because AS400 would be at this time. So basically, you could use Communication Manager to build a program that could talk to other programs. Let's read about the installation stuff. So, like, how do we actually install it? So here's the program diskettes to workstation. Like, this is the part we can't actually get to work. Prompted mode. So this all talks about doing configuration and making sessions. And we can actually see, look, check that out. That's actually important. Look, LAN profile, LAN feature profiles available in later releases. A Mario guy, we will probably end up doing it. Okay. I don't know a lot about IBM stuff. I don't know anything about, like, I know very little about AS400. I would love to check it out. Water. You haven't missed much. We're just talking. Okay. So, you must install and configure it. Copy, blah, 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 blah. So starting and stopping communications. Yeah, so you could basically use Communication Manager. Like, if we could run it on real hardware, like, if I can get that IBM PS2 running, we could use it. Yeah, I don't think there's all that much interesting here. So basically all this is Communication Manager. Then we have file transfer, request for file, send to file, ASCII in 3270 mode, terminal session to use, send file. It probably requires 2 Communication Manager sessions. Like, I don't think you can use this as a general purpose communication thing. But that's still cool. All right, we learned something. So now let's look at the database manager. So that would be at timestamp 413. Viewing time approximately 60 minutes. Oh, this is a long one. This is a long one. Database Manager provides SQL, menus, database tools. Database Manager is based on the relation data model consistent with IBM DB2 and IBM SQL DS. Was SQL support not standard in DB2 in this era? Okay. We're using my Model 30 has VGA, so it's not a big deal. There's no TCP IP stack for this one. So, okay. So now we see here about relational database, although it's interesting, the ID, they're incrementing it by 10. Raised in columns, one row is related. Each column, like, this is all basic database. Since database manager defines and access database in terms of relational database and operations in this table, blah, 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 blah. You can modify the data without modifying the application. You might think of database manager as a clerk. You give that clerk data and you ask for it to be stored for later use. Like, this was very much written for people that had no idea how any of this would work. Like, Extended Edition was not available to the general public. As far as I understood, to actually get it, you had to be an IBM partner. And you had to be using IBM equipment. It was only ever supported on the AT and the PS2, although obviously it will run on other stuff. Bare Metal TV, this was designed for running on a single computer, storing data. And that was a huge thing in this era. You don't have to have a networked serial terminal. You can, a networked thing. You could install the database manager on a single host machine and you could run dumb terminals off that. OS2 does support that to some extent. Query manager, because applications can open threads that can open serial ports. So this becomes a very nice application deployment thing. So, okay. DOSBox does not accurately emulate a 286. It emulates stuff to let games run, but there's a lot of things it doesn't. So operating systems are very hit or miss. So this talks about just putting data in. I like how it says reorganize. To reorganize database table in an attempt to improve performance. That was optimistic. So database services is basically the daemon that handles all this. So you can do data manipulation, database information, controls access to your data, provides the means to protect and recover, and conversion. And then Database Manager includes facilities that allow programmers to write database applications suited to specific business needs. These programs are Was IBM planning on making their own wow, they actually trademarked it. C2. I didn't actually know that. Oh god, it's IBM CSET 2. Oh, this has all the markings of a horrible IBM C2 programming language. Wow, this is just kind of cursed. A precompiler for IBM C2 language source is included. This probably is like some horrid... This is impressive. Okay, so that tells us how Database Manager works. So now there's Query Manager. I think C2 is like a macro language. It's fascinating. Okay, so let's learn. So this shows about creating databases. Like these are some really nice tools. Like I've used them before. They are really nice. Query Manager. I'm just going to go through this pretty quickly. Because by and large, this is like for people that have never used a computer. So this talks about making columns, salary, yeah, this was basically the entire point of Extended Edition, was this one thing. We will probably do a programming stream for this. It's just not going to be a today thing. Okay. So using Query Manager to look at a database. So basically, this is getting this type of report, and then how to get a panel. You know, I think I just kind of want to dive right into it. Like, let me just see if there's anything else here that we... Yeah, no, there's nothing else here I really want to continue. So let's just kind of dive right into it. So let's grab Query Manager. It's still loading. Okay. So we are starting Query Manager at 4 hours and 20 minutes. And yes, I know, comments. It's probably waiting for the database to start up. There we go. Welcome. So we now have this sample database. So now we've got that database selected. Let's open it. Should not be a password on it. If there is, then it's password. It's not fast, I will tell you that. It is not fast. Okay. Sometime today, maybe. I feel like this was meant for a slightly faster machine. Possibly. So chat, how I mean, at some point it has to actually open the database. Yeah, I've always found it weird that IBM ended up with the weather channel. Like, yes, this VM does emulate the old hard drive speed, but this is a little excessively slow. I don't think it's crashed. I think it's just slow. Unless I broke it by running that SQL sample application. I don't know what it's paused on. It's all on localhost. Oh, there we go. Finally. So we now can see tables and views. So let's see what's in this database. Oh, and now we have to wait again. Maybe we should get a faster processor. Chat, should we spend some budget to get a faster processor? Okay. So we can see the org table. I mean, yes. Okay, so let's look at this. So open F10. What do we want to see here? Do we want to just... Do we want... Yeah, we can take a look at the definition. So F6 would show us the definition. Like, the Microsoft OS 2 experience was much nicer than this. This is an 8 megahertz 286. Yes, this is an 8 megahertz 286. Yes, it's code for reconfiguring the VM, because now we're an IBM employee. Look how long that took. That's insane. Like, we were watching Multitasking on Microsoft OS 2. And it was fine. And this is just glacier. I mean, this is all really nice interface programming stuff, but, like, trying to use it... Did it hang? Return to tables without saving. Like, why is this so... Is the SQL server not running? Like, apparently it was IBM that was just really slow here. Alright, what's going on in some of these other menus? Let's see, get the mouse in here. SQL query, import, export. Change data rows. Okay. So that's probably going to run a select. So 280, the IBM OS 2. The IBM OS 2, that's actually a really good point. It is possible to install the extended edition on top of the Microsoft OS 2. Was the multitasking in IBM OS 2 always... Yeah, so cool. If I wanted to put, so I could search for a row. So if I just hit Control-6 here, does it return all tables? Like, from what we just saw here, chat, like, would you agree with this assessment, chat, that Microsoft OS 2... Yeah, look, see, like, it did eventually get that row, but this is not usable. Like, this is... you could do DBase faster and have a nicer experience in dealing with this. Let's take a look. Let's take a look under the hood. I want to exit Query Manager. I don't care that I don't have something... there. All right, hold on. Exit Query Manager. It's not actually letting me leave the program. All right, so if I do Control F1, I should be able to get this running. I just have to do a little bit of fiddling. Microsoft licensed Sybase SQL and created SQL Server, which they then supported on OS 2 as part of LAN Manager. And then on top of that, they... Hold on. Can we now quit? Yeah, it's not going to even let me quit. I'm going to have to restart. I could have pressed Control Escape, but you can't kill functions. I would have had to do this regardless. No, it's just they included SQL Server as part of LAN Manager because LAN Manager was a paid box. It was part of the Microsoft compete with NetWare sort of thing. Like, now I want to compare Microsoft SQL Server side by side with Database Manager because this is horrendous. Like, I feel like I did something wrong because it should not be that slow. Yeah, because one of the big things that Microsoft competed with was... Alright, so... Let's see here. What did NeoZed have to say? LAN Manager was mostly what became Windows NT, besides the kernel. Multitasking speed. Mem move swap. Okay, so we have memory management is swap and move. Oh, you know what? It could be paging. You know what? Let me bump the system memory up to 8 megabytes. I would normally say that's unreasonable for this time period. But if you were going to run a SQL database, it's less bad. We're just going to be sitting here for a while. Yeah, we're going to be sitting here for a while as this counts up. We're really going to be here for a while. We're not installing anything. We're putting more memory in. The problem is that this memory test is a bit slow. And when I say a bit slow, I mean, yeah, it's slow. Okay, we've now tested 5 megabytes of extended memory. I mean, the fact of the matter is it was running, which is kind of impressive. Like, LGR's 5170, from what I remember. Okay, so 7808. 7808. Hold on. 7808. 7808. Like, normally I'd say this is unreasonable for the time period, but it actually... I could see cases where you might have some in this. One of the... But here's my thought, is LGR has an IBM PC-AT 5170. On his... And I consider using that system as basically my baseline of what was period correct for consumers. LGR's system has 640 conventional memory, and I want to say it either has 512 or 1 megabyte of conventional memory on top of that. I'd have to rewatch his video. So, yeah. Well, a lot of it, this is the culmination of all the research I did off camera. Check, like, if you look at the wiki, I've done a lot. There's a more high level page that I will link to. I probably should protect it, but whatever. I'm going to trust chat here. Yeah, there's a much more high-level page that kind of scopes out the entire project. So there's that. So this is still doing its memory test. Did I put the wrong amount of memory in? 7808. Oh, 7618. 7618. 7618. 7618. Yeah, that should be correct. Okay. See, the thing is, it's not period correct. It's not period correct specs. It's how far do you upgrade it? Because the base IBM AT came with 512 kilobytes of memory. That was it. You could install up to 16 megabytes into an IBM PC AT. I'm actually not even sure how you would do it, but you can technically do it. So, like, but the point I'm getting back to is that the 5171 LGR is using has 2 expansion boards. He has an expansion board that puts the full 640 conventional memory in, sitting on an ISA card. And he has a second extended memory board that has the additional megabyte on it. So, okay, it's going. It's still going. It's probably because the video card is just being reset. Like, I don't even question it at this point. It just is what happens. Like, at some point, this will finish its memory test. For me, it's 4:35 p.m. Well, it's starting up. Wow, it's starting up a lot faster. All right, let me add this to my notes. So we are at timestamp. All right, let's see if this is less painful. I mean, I could up the CPU clock, but for the time period that I'm trying to emulate, it's not going to be amazing even if I do up it. Like, it's an 8 megahertz. Like, that was a lot faster. That was, like, actually faster. Please wait. Like, that's almost usable. Like, let's go to tables. I just want to see the definition. So let's see. Let's select that, and I want to see the definition. So let's just select all from this table and see if we can actually do it. So, return to tables without saving. Return to main menu. Okay. So we want to look at org, all columns. Yeah, let's just run that. I mean, that's actually working. So it was probably paging out, but it's kind of impressive that it was paging out that hard, and yet it was still working. I mean, this is, as far as interface tools go, this is actually not bad. Like, this is better than what I have modern day on Postgres. If you've ever dealt with a modern version of Postgres, you should know my pain. Like, we can see the query right here. Let's go back to return without saving. What is it? Shift F2? Yeah, Shift F2. So we can get reports in form. So like if we want to create a report, we can do so. It's a little hard. The UI does not. Okay, so here we go. Column heading, department name. And then usage, width, edit, and then see here, department ID. Let's see here. Okay, I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. So specify, okay. So let's say we just want these two headings on the form. We can save it. Form name test. Okay, return and save. So now we can open this form. Change IDs for the list. Like, this reminds me a lot of Oracle forms, which, like, shouldn't surprise me, but it does. Column heading. So how do we do this usage thing? Like, can I do select? Okay, hold on. Get. No, that just loads a form. Okay. Specify page breaks options. Oh, here we go. So if we want to, we want to do a table. So we want the org table from the columns. We just want the department name. I probably just need 2 columns here. Like, I think I understand how this works. Run. So I need department name, and then I just need the department ID. Edit, insert. God, this is... Convert to SQL, which probably is the easier way. Insert. Ah, here we go. Department number. And now can I run this report? Didn't quite work. Oh, hold on. I think I get how this works. Okay, so if I want... The way the report works is it basically creates a form. So I open this. I now want to see the query. I want to do org. And then from the columns, I want the department name. I want the department number. And now I should be able to just run. Okay, so now the form needs a width. Okay. Oh, I think I broke it. Oh, wow. I actually do think I broke it. Okay, so don't press the right arrow here because it, it broke. Can I tab out of this? I can tab out of it. But there's no way to kill this process. Yeah. Chat, we're going to have to reboot again. Maybe at least make sure I'm on a command prompt. We can just do an Alt-Control-Delete, but oh, that hurts. No, I think what happened is I put a little too much white space in and it just broke. Yeah, it's definitely a bit clunky. Definitely learned quite a bit about this. I want to at least do a report, and then I want to test a few other things. But edit.exe doesn't exist yet. Edit.exe is years out from here. We don't even have E at this point. E or T-edit or E would come... I want to say it's 1.2 is when those come, but maybe it was 1.1. This is going well, chat. Okay. I do think we've probably found enough with Database Manager. Okay, hold on. DM requires exceptional amount of memory. So let's see if we can actually get this to work, and then I want to jump back into that IBM OS 2 thing, because I want to see just how low we can set the memory and actually get it to do something. Sorry, I copied edit.exe, but wow, I'm suddenly starting to reach my limit. Like, I was okay, and then I suddenly had a stomach. Yeah, we'll finish this up in the next hour. I didn't want this to be a long stream, and it's not going to be. All right. Oh, this actually got saved. Okay, so all I gotta do is tab. Let's set the width to 10 on both of these. Show us the query. Okay, department name. Oh, I don't want a row condition. So can I run this now? Like, can we now run this? Run. You must type in edit code. I don't know what an edit code is. Okay. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Microsoft Access. The edit code you typed in was not correct. I don't know what the edit code is. Okay. Let's see here. Can we type F1 here? Oh, that did something. It's just lagging. I don't need help on using help. I just need help on this. Type the edit code, just how data should be... Okay. Codes for character data, CWCT. Codes for numeric data. I can't scroll. F9. What? It crashed again. Can I just open another copy of Query Manager? Okay, you know what? We're just gonna open another client. This is ridiculous. This is impressive. That's honestly how I feel about it. You're putting more and more quarters into the machine. Like, okay, so hold on. So this is going to be C. I'm also just going to set that to C, although I don't think that's actually right. Save it. I'm learning the key shortcuts. This is not a good sign. Okay. Run the query. Department name. Department number. Form does not match the data format. So which one doesn't like? It probably doesn't. Okay, so let's just change this column. Delete. Okay. So now can we insert a different column? Should not be this hard. Okay, can I just run the report like this? Okay. You know what? Can I convert to SQL? Okay, select department name and you know what? Depart name. I just want to see it run. Okay. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to take that. It actually, it did something. It did something. That was a lot more painful than it needed to be. That was exceptionally painful. Like, ow. So, okay, so let's shut down this machine before I lose any more brain cells. Let's start up the Microsoft one again. I am curious on how low it will go. So, like, what is the actual limit for running OS 2? Okay. So, we've discovered that DB2 requires a lot of actual stuff. We know that on 2 megabytes, Microsoft OS 2 seems completely happy, and the whole thing seems a lot less horrible. Like, I don't want to be unfair to IBM, but this is two very drastically different experiences. Like, you even get a nicer splash screen. Well, I mean, 8 megabytes for a SQL server is reasonable. Like, even for the time period, like, that's what you would find in a Unix workstation. I can't completely fault that. So we know this runs on 2 megabytes. Let's see how low we can go. Like, let's just, oh, I don't know. Let's go to just 1 megabyte of extended memory. Like 1660, let's see, hold on. 1 megabyte would be wow, I can't math. That would be 1664. Yeah, like, I could, like, for a SQL database, I could see OS2's memory requirements being acceptable. But the thing that I've always seen is people citing that... okay, let's actually put a little bit more extended memory than that in. Like, let's go up. If I want a full megabyte of extended memory, that would be what? 170. Like, just how low can we go? Because 1 megabyte of extended memory is not that unreasonable. Although I think what I actually want to do is, yeah, let's see. Let's bring you up to there. The math of this keeps screwing with me. Okay. Conventional memory, extended memory. Okay, hold on. I think that's correct now. I really wish it was 2 separate boxes, one for conventional, one for extended. The basic Unix kernel is not... No, Unix is generally very small. Like, Unix... You could still run Unix on a PDP-11 in this time period. There was BSD2. It was really just the applications. Wow, I actually overshot it by... You know what? Screw it. I'm just going to accept this. Actually, no. You know what? We're going to go lower. We're going to go way lower. I'm just going to put 512 of extended memory. And we're just going to go right to the basics. Yeah, so now we have just have half a megabyte of extended memory. Like, this would be much closer to what a home user of this time period. It would still be a high-end system, but this was much closer to what someone in this time period would have had. I have to figure out some better ways to deal with the resolution stuff. I wanted to stream this in 4K. The internet just wasn't having it today. There's not enough storage to create DAWs mode. It did start. Like, that actually started. Yeah, it actually turned off the protected mode. So actually that makes perfect sense, because it's completely possible that they can't be using conventional memory if the DOS box is there. Let's disable the DOS box then. So let's see what the actual limit is. I mean, this is 1987, 1988. Okay, so let's start MS-DOS. And so the option we want to turn off is, it's called protect only. So now we're down to 640 conventional memory and 512 extended memory. I don't know why that EGA driver does not load, but okay. Like, maybe the file got corrupted. We'll run check disk once we're in. I do find it. Let's see here, hold on. So check disk C. Just make sure the hard drive is actually okay. Probably has a lost change problem. Yeah, no, okay. Apparently it's fine. So if I run Word, Word runs. Can I run Multiplan? I can run Multiplan. Like, this is well, it's sort of... No, it is multitasking. It just... I didn't have it in the option list. And I can even... Like, this is multitasking on basically nothing. It's definitely struggling a little bit. Like, let's see here. It would be autoexec.os2. Like, if I disabled shell, it'd probably be okay. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that. But, I mean, we are multitasking on basically nothing. Like, we can't start Windows like this, but we've got Word, we've got OS2, we could probably even compile something. Okay, so if I want to do sample. Okay, you know what? Fine. CL flow like that. Like, look, I'm multitasking and I'm compiling here. It's not perfect. Like, did I get an object file out of that? Probably not. Like, I have to look up how I use this compiler. All right, so can we go even lower? Like, what is the actual lowest limit? Like, can we get away with 256? I could try it. Like I said, I'm just curious on what the actual, like, like, now we're under a megabyte of total RAM. Definitely, I got the start of a migraine aura here. So definitely reaching our limits. All right, let's start OS 2. Like okay, there we go. 512 kilobytes of extended memory is the actual limit. No, I'm good for the time being. I'm just we're near the end anyway, so it's like I don't mind spending the extra time right now. So what did we learn from this experience? Like, let me bring my notes file up on the main monitor. OBS. So here's what we learned. So here's all the interesting timestamps, and I'll like put one for 450 experimenting low memory. So we discovered that Windows doesn't work under OS 2 1.2 DOSBox, but Windows 3X does. See here. Microsoft included branded linker for OS 2. Might work with DOS compiler that understands segments. What's the word I'm looking for? Installer is drastically... So yeah, we definitely learned stuff. Dates. Yeah, I think everything there basically sums it up pretty well. Let me put this all on the wiki. On the attached wiki page. Okay, so let's put this as... Actually, let me grab this tab, bring this over. Oh, hold on, I gotta log in first. So let's put this all in the wiki. Like, I have a bunch of screenshots. So let's see here. So things. And results. Stream results. Stream questions and answers notes. Probably, you know, I probably should clean this up. Let's see here. To be cleaned up a bit, and probably need to add Wikibox. What I can do, yeah, you know, we'll leave this as is because this is basically the raw research notes, and I can edit that later. No, the hex offset was an official patch that basically broke it when I tried. I should add that note. That's an important one to keep. Okay. MSC 5.1 talked about creating a patch for IBM Bio DAW specific file using patch with following notes. Notes. End result broke the system entirely. Might have not done it correctly. Original comments. Okay. I like the thing is I like MediaWiki, I really do, for a lot of reasons. Let's see here. We are at, so let me take the list of timestamps and let me put that in the stream description because that will go straight into the VOD. Okay. Like, this is all stuff I want to get into the habit of doing in general. Okay. All right, so now there should be timestamps when we wrap this up. We are at the 5 hour 11-minute mark. Chat, can anyone think of anything else we should test or otherwise do? Because I feel like this has been a very productive research session. I think the next one is going to cover Presentation Manager. We're probably going to look at IBM and Microsoft OS 2 in PM. And then maybe more going forward from that. Yeah, I think by and large I am happy with where this is right now. So I think on that note, I'm going to wrap it up here. If you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoyed this content, consider, you know, I have this button here called Create Highlight Button. Oh, that's interesting. I can actually create a highlight reel right here of a given clip for the last few minutes. That is actually kind of neat. I had some caffeine earlier today. We could do side-by-side VMs. Like, if I had a reason to, I could start multiple ones up side-by-side. Like, I can do that right now. Like, we have this one here. And if I had to start the IBM one, yeah. We can do side-by-side. Like, if I have a reason to do it, we can do it. And I will just fix this while I'm here. See, like, I would love to do some more bulletin board stuff. If I am up to it, I will live stream this weekend. We'll look at Presentation Manager, but no guarantees. Otherwise, it's going to be next week. Please keep an eye on the community post. Come by Discord if you have any other questions. Until next time, this is NCommander signing out, wishing you all a pleasant day.